And good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Board of County Commissioners meeting for August 31st, 2022. Where did summer go? If you'll please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And our inspirational word for the day is the Serenity Prayer. God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. Madam Clerk, if you'll please call the roll.
Commissioner Lundy.
Here.
Commissioner Hong.
Here.
Commissioner Lund. Moore.
Here.
I was here twice that
Off, you know.
Yeah.
It's more, that's
Okay.
M-O-O-R.
More.
Yeah, she gets a week off. And, we're going to start first with, we have a presentation this morning, Madam Clerk, correct?
City of Lorraine Port Authority, Tom Brown, Executive Director.
Okay.
And I don't see the mayor here,
Yeah,
so.
just Tom. I understand the mayor won't be able to be here with us this morning. Good morning, Tom. Always in the bright colors.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having us. I see the full room, so I'll keep this to an hour.
Oh. Okay.
I kid. Basically, we're here today to talk about our amphitheater presentation, and with me I have my Chairman Brad Mullins, Vice Chairman Carl Nielsen, and Assistant Director Tiffany McClelland. They're here for any questions or comments as well, but I appreciate the Commissioners putting us on the agenda and giving us the time. So we'll start out really quick with a presentation, and I promise to be brief, as I know everybody's here. When we decided, 2003, we built Black River Landing, and that was meant to be a public access to the waterway. It's been immensely popular. As you know, Rockin' the River is wildly popular, but in addition to that, Lorraine International Festival, Labor Festival, Summerfest, Trees and Trains, JVS graduation, multitude of events, Brewfest, and every year these events keep growing. What's happened is we've outgrown our stage. Our stage was built as a temporary vinyl cover. We spend an exorbitant amount of money every year, upwards of about $20,000 maintaining a vinyl cover, putting it up, taking it down. So we undertook a process through our board and reached out to 3 architectural firms, all very talented, all very well-versed. They made great presentations. We came to a conclusion that we would enter a process with Bialowski, Matchkey, and Realm, and PCS, and what we did is some visioning sessions. And I'll start here, let's see. So with our board and that team, we started visioning sessions, and what we found out very quickly is we started out thinking we're just going to put a new cover on our existing stage, and we realized that the stage probably isn't the right place. We were thinking small, and we've got once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make something special and make a greater place in Lorraine and the county. The first analysis, obviously, we looked at existing stages throughout the country and looked at how they're set up and how they're configured. And I won't dwell on these because I want to get through this quickly. We looked at the current placement and its limitations. As you can see, there's a lot of wasted space. And, you know, at the time, our offices weren't behind it. This was different. The whole site was different. So for the last 16 years, this thing's been great, but we've just outgrown it. Doesn't have a green room, doesn't have shower facilities, doesn't have storage. Our sound guys come every event about 9 a.m., and they take about 8 hours to set up all the speakers and lights. So it's just a lot of activity and a lot of cost. On average, Mr. Early with Rockin' the River will spend $6,000 to $8,000 for every concert just for sound because of all the labor. You know, we've got a gang of about 10 guys that work all day to get that ready for each Friday night show. We thought about moving it down mid-site. Didn't really tickle anybody's fancy and doesn't really take advantage of the waterway and the full capacity of the site. When we looked at this location, we think about the magnificence of the Charles Berry Bridge and the backdrop and the freighters coming by. I mean, where else do you see concerts? We have freighters coming by, people walking dogs, there's a freighter, summer market, all these great events. We wanted to capture that view of the bridge and the water. So once you started looking at that view, and that's basically the backdrop of what we're looking at as a team, once we looked at that, we started thinking about one of our challenges with Main Street is People come to our concerts, they park, and then when the concert's done, they're leaving. So we're bringing people from all over the county, all over the state. We have people that are season pass holders from Pennsylvania. We talk to them every week. We gather that census tract information, that zip code, so we understand where people are coming from. Conservatively, we will pull 150,000 people at Black River Landing this summer. And that's a running number. We've got some big shows this weekend. But we know between all the events that I've talked about, plus Rock in the River, we're bringing 150,000 people. That's about 25, 30 events a year. We think do this right, make this amphitheater for the county, and we can double that number. We're that confident in this. So that connectivity, drawing that line to Broadway, goes in tune with the connectivity study that the county's done with NOACA. There's been a lot of different studies, and it's time to bring all those things together, and this is why that connection starts looking better. In the future, could that create more opportunities for downtown living space, more retail on the water? We think it will, but we think this is the catalyst to get that all going. So as you can see, we start drawing those lines out to Broadway, and this became a major portion of our process. We look at that connectivity and that site plan. And if you look at this is a quick drawing of where our current stage is, and it just shows you that alignment, and we kind of lose a lot of space. So we It'll be an oval shape. And then we'll also be integrating video screens into this, so that extends our viewership throughout the site as well. Once we put a video screen that will come down from here, that just, a lot more people are going to see what's going on stage. A lot of people come and just take a social event at our concerts, but we want people to see what's going on stage. We also show, as in this one, we show just general admission where people are up next to the stage, much like Rocking on the River. We also show renditions where there'll be seating. Our seating will be hybrid, it'll be temporary, so that if someone comes in and says they need 1,000 seats, we can have 1,000 seats on hard stand there. We want those options for orchestras, theatrical productions. This would be a view from the bridge. From behind, this is what it would look like if you're walking over the bridge. In this one, you can see that glass room and that green room where it's hidden back there. As you can see, we maintain all public access to the waterway from the back of the stage. We'll be able to put up temporary barriers if we need to during productions, but one of the key features is we're not going to become some amphitheater that's only open for shows. This is a public space, and we'll maintain a public space. We have numerous people that exercise, dog walkers. We have a partnership with the Lorraine County Public Health that they have the steps all marked out on our site. We get walkers every day. We also have a partnership with the Lorraine Public Library system that has a story walk where kids can go to 14 different stations and read a book. So we're pushing academics and exercise at the same time. It's a lot of fun. I'd invite everybody to take advantage of that with your kids and grandkids. This rendition does show the fixed seating, as you can see, and then you've got that grade going up the hill. So we just really expand our viewership in this site. So what I want to do now is, rather than walk in with a clunky plastic model that, it's going to get beat up, we invested in what we call a digital model and digital rendering, and I hope you enjoy. Let's see. Obviously, we think that's a pretty great presentation with the video. It kind of shows what we are today, what we can be tomorrow. I think it's time that we put the county on the map. I think this place will be a world-class amphitheater. We're very confident in our design. Our budget obviously has skyrocketed, as all things are. But I think that through partnerships, through our Port Authority, through the City of Lorraine, through the county port, I think creatively we create those partnerships and we get this thing done. I don't know if my board would like to add anything.
I think the whole purpose of this is to make.
If you come up to the, Brad, you come up there. Thank you.
And then state your name for the record.
Yep. Brad Mullins, I'm chairman of the board for Lorraine Port Authority. The whole purpose of this is we want to make Lorraine County a destination. People are driving through as their way out west or east, and they're not stopping. And so we think that this is going to be the catalyst, as Tom said earlier, to develop all of Lorraine County, not just the city of Lorraine, but all of Lorraine County. And I'm there pretty much at every concert, and you're talking to people that are there. They're from other cities, other counties, other states, and so we're having an impact. I think the one thing also is this venue will allow us to maybe even bring in national acts. And so, which would, again, have a bigger draw. We don't have some of the facilities right now that national acts would require in a contract. So that's the exciting part to me, is that, we got a lot of good crowds now, but they could even be bigger and better. So we're excited about it. So we hope we can get your support.
Okay. Questions? Dave? No? You just walk us through a little bit on the numbers, what you think the total project you're looking at. And I know there's been conversations with the city of Lorraine as far as matching, if the board, would decide to step up with a match as well, too.
Mm-hmm. We, as we look at this, we think we've got one shot to do this right. And rather than go in phases, we're going to go aggressive and try to do some major fundraising. And that's going to be, the 3 Ps with the Port Authority: public-private partnership. So we're going to reach out to corporate citizens and start getting fundraising in that respect. We're meeting with some groups to do that. We met with the mayor yesterday. The mayor expressed that if he's willing to match whatever the commissioners do, we want to maintain that. The Port Authority obviously is going to be putting capital into that, and then fundraising as well. So if we're being realistic, we want to go big. I think we need to fundraise $12 million. And quite honestly, I think we can do it. And I think that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity when there's some funding available at a county and city level, federal level, state level. We're going to chase everything we can. If we have to finance a portion, we'll finance a portion. But that takes us out to Broadway. That goes with that connectivity study. That goes with all these things that everybody's preaching. It creates a place in the downtown. The good thing is, you get it out to Broadway, the shops, the restaurants, the residents, it's a natural walkway to that water. We're part of the entertainment district, the Dora. Blackberry Landing has included that. Other than private events, the Dora is there. So it creates that whole keyway to that waterfront. It helps, I think it helps in the development north side of the bridge. It helps in the development the south side, and it helps in the development. So that's our goal. So if we look at it as, splitting that in 3, I think we can get there.
Yeah, I think this certainly helps with the renaissance of downtown Lorraine, which truly is going through a renaissance right now. And, I always tell people, I think probably the 3 events that attract the most people from the outside are the county fair, Rockin' on the River, and the ballpark. Probably those 3 are the 3 that really bring people in from outside the county. And we want to get people in here. We know we have a great county, a great community, and lots of good things. But you have to get people to come into town first and look around, right? And hopefully they go back to their neighbors and say, you should check out Lorraine County's, some pretty cool things are going on over there. And this is a big part of it. But yeah, I just want to thank you and your board for all the time. I know you spent a lot of time on looking at this from various angles. But I think it's important to point out it's not just going to be Rockin' on the River events. This is something, I guess, what churches and other community activities could take place throughout the week and other times.
I was going to stress that as my last point, that on a daily basis, we want that to be a welcome site, and it's become that. COVID kind of changed things where people are using these public spaces. On a daily basis, we've got a new shaved ice place down there, Trolls Under the Bridge. Remarkable amount of families that will come down to get shaved ice now. So we're adding those people. Then when they're there, they realize there's a library walk. We have the dog walkers every day. The more people we have on that site, the safer it is, because we have more eyes on everything. If you talk about the Lorraine City Schools Back to School event, it gets bigger every year. The JVS graduation, they love our site. They've committed to come back every year. This makes everything better. So we're going to keep improving that site, not just for Rockin' the River. We don't want to be known as Rockin' the River. We love Rockin' the River. It'll always be there. But we want to double or triple our nights and our days, because we're predominantly a weekend site. We want to be 7 days a week site. So.
Yeah, and I know the area that you're talking about converting to green space, basically that's a parking area right now. But I know the challenge always is, okay, how do I get there, right? So.
Well, I think that just yesterday I had a great meeting with a developer with a good design team and landscape architects and people that know parking and how to move people. Anything's possible, and I think it's time to think outside the box. We can't just think about putting asphalt lots along the riverfront. It's time to make everything better.
Mr. President?
Sure.
So if you've kind of watched some of these meetings before where people come in and do presentations, I always ask this question, and I asked this question of you when you came to the office. On the fundraising front, what are your plans, and also maybe your plans to include some of the folks that, you know, they're not big dollar donors, they're, you know, $50 or $100 donors, and how they can get in touch and what they can do to help?
On a small scale, we're at every show right now with our tent. For a $20 donation, we're giving you a really cool T-shirt which shows the stage design and has a fun slogan on the back, "Set the Stage." That's our low level, how people can get involved. We're taking their email, so we make sure we know everybody that's done that. We've gotten some commitments on the low level. We're going to make sure that people are, you know, if they want to be immortalized, be it a brick, be it a plaque, that's going to happen. Then we're going to go with a high level. I mean, somebody's going to want to put their name on this thing, and we'll come up with a structure to do so. And that's what we're going to reach out to the corporate citizens. We're setting an agenda now and setting a schedule and a calendar to go start having those private meetings and possibly some additional public sessions. But it's time to get to work, so we'll get the funds and then we'll phase as we go. But we definitely want to go, and one of the main considerations as well is, you know, for the county and for the city, we cannot lose a season. So our construction schedule will have to be off season. So that's one of the challenges that we've put to our team is no matter what, we're not going to lose the 2023 season. If we have to spread out to 2025, we will. But if everything goes well, we hope to be, you know, we hope to be open in 2024.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming in. Yeah, we've all heard the presentation that everybody saw publicly today. There was a lot of private, I don't know how long we met over at your office. I came out and picked on you for a little bit. But we kind of glazed over the actual financial aspect of it when you said divided by 3.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's talk about $12 million. So you're telling me that, I know the mayor is supportive of this, as is city council, correct? And-
It has not gone to council yet. The mayor is very supportive, and we stand ready to go to city council and make our presentation.
So you said 12 million divided by 3, so that assumes that we're at 4, which I already know these numbers. We've already talked about this, but are you telling me that the city of Lorraine is going to be committed to 4 million? Or when is that gonna happen? Because we need to start pulling triggers soon if you
It
wanna
was
break ground.
verbalized to us yesterday that that the mayor expressed that we could come here today and say whatever the county did, the city would match.
And so we're saying whatever the city does, we'll match. I can't get that what you're saying.
Commissioner, sometimes you got to take the lead.
Well,
I can promise you
I'll
this.
tell you this.
We'll get it. We'll get
I'll
it.
support if the city supports. Okay,
We'll
how's
get it
that?
done. No, and I think that, all kidding aside, I think we'll get this done. And I think that if you look at, obviously the investment in the fairgrounds was phenomenal. And I think that this is, you know,
Oh, this is
I'm
what
be
the money
selfish.
sh-
This is a little
what
bit
the money
bigger.
should be.
This is a little bigger.
Yeah,
I
I
think
agree.
that, you know, let's not forget, Lorraine's the 9th largest city in the state of Ohio. It's time to put something on that city that even draws more people. And if we're drawing 150 today, we want in 2 years, we're drawing 300,000 to this county.
Oh, no, the city's looking fabulous, you know, and this would be a nice jewel in the center, right?
Absolutely. And I think what I'd say is, you know, it's a big number, obviously. Every single penny of that will go to the construction, additional restrooms, the things that we need for that site to be world-class. If there's anything left over, it'll be in an endowment for operations that we're not coming back 2 years from now to say, hey, we need additional cash, you know, so,
Yeah, that'll be a different conversation.
no.
What
Well,
do you need a letter, do you need a support from this board? Is that what you're looking for before you go to city council, or what are you looking for today?
I mean, I think if we can get the commitment or a motion that, you know, if the,
Just listen and wait a week, or what are you thinking?
Yeah, I'm certainly interested in the project, and I know, obviously, we have to get a better understanding of, you know, where the match will be, obviously. But, you know, I think it's important to point out with this project, though, is that with the Rescue Act dollars, it clearly spells out in the Rescue Act that tourism was, yeah, as we all know, greatly impacted, and these dollars can be used for tourism-type needs that were impacted by the pandemic. The other thing to stress is that these funds have to be basically expended by the end of 2024, unless the funds are encumbered because there's construction underway, and then I think the window goes through 2026.
Mr. President, I was just about to throw to Dan when I get to speak next to go over, but you
I
started
hate
going
when
into it.
I hate when politicians say things like clearly and obviously, because as a lawyer, I don't like that. I just, Commissioner Lundy's point, we've looked at this for a while. I think it's fairly obvious that a project, as you've outlined, would be a permissible use of the ARPA dollars. This board has in the past done things where we've done matching grants up to a certain amount based on other things. I'm confident we could work the details of that out. The point that, from my side of it, that always gets to me, and I think Commissioner Moore and Commissioner Lundy already touched on, the clock's ticking, right? Some decisions are going to have to get made at this level and at the city level, because you're going to have to start putting shovels in the ground and get this done, or
Oh, absolutely.
it's all going to blow up. And I do think this is a project that, I haven't asked to opine on it, but I'm fairly confident this is a project that qualifies for ARPA spending. I'm very sure that Pat agrees. I know the city of Lorraine has a consultant, but I don't think this is a hard one on that respect, but, yeah.
And,
That's a funding stream.
We're more than comfortable if the commissioners and legal decides that here's our commitment based on the fact that the match from the city is ratified. We're more than comfortable with that.
I'm fairly
Absolutely.
confident, just as a guess, I'm pretty confident that that's what the commissioners would do eventually, is we're going to say, we've been, the person who wrote the agreement is sitting right behind you right now, looking at me with a dirty look. But we will set an agreement up to that effect, and it'll be matched up to a certain amount, and we can get that
I don't
mechanically
think
done.
it was a dirty look. Dan. I think it was just the eye. You were getting the
I
eye.
was getting the eye, yeah.
And I did not mean to muddy the waters. If there's commitment from the county and the city, we'll obviously have to expend those dollars. Those will go directly into construction. What I probably should have said is if we have a corporate sponsorship,
Right.
we'll probably amortize that out. That will be our funding
That would-
source
yeah,
for
exactly.
future improvements.
Yeah, we're going to have some audit, the city is the same, it's going to have some audit requirements, it's going to have some spending requirements, those are all things that I'm sure you're aware of, I know Carl's also aware of, so.
I mean, just the base and the earth moving, I mean, we'll go through a lot of money very rapidly.
I have no comment about that at all.
Yeah. Well, want to thank you for the presentation, and then, we'll have to make a determination, probably have a conversation with, Lorraine as well, too, but, I think we all see the importance of the project, and I think it's a game changer, without question, and definitely puts us into a more of a major league status when it comes to having entertainment outside, and will be a very good thing for the county. So, but we'll make a determination on what we're looking at, and we will probably be in touch with you in the next couple of weeks and make
Thank
it
you.
official.
We appreciate that, and I think the last thing I'd mention is, you're all well aware, you've visited our sites. I think when the investments have been made in Port Authority sites, they're maintained, and our sites are impeccable, and
Exactly.
we're going to stand by that.
Sure.
And if you make this investment with us, we'll definitely make the county proud. Thank you.
Sounds good.
Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, at this time, Madam Clerk, I think we'll go to resolutions.
Under number 1, investments,
So move.
Second?
discussion. Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung,
Yes.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Number 2, appropriations,
So move.
Second?
discussion. Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung,
Yes.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Number 3, transfers,
So move.
Second?
discussion. Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung,
Yes.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Number 4, advances, repayments, there were none. Number 5, requisitions,
So move.
Second?
discussion. Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung,
Yes.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Number 6, travel,
So move.
Second?
discussion. Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung,
Yes.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Number 7, bills,
So move.
Second?
discussion. Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung,
Yes.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Excuse me. Number 8, authorize various personal actions as indicated on the summary sheet for employees within jurisdiction of Lorraine County Board of Commissioners. At the conclusion of today's board meeting, the commissioners may recess into an executive session to discuss personnel, new hires, and board appointments. Number 9, approve and waive the reading of the commissioners' meeting minutes of August 16th.
So move.
Second?
Discussion. Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung,
Yes.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Number 10, rescind Resolution 22-540, adopted August 3rd, 2022, authorizing County of Lorraine, Ohio to approve the issuance of hospital facility revenue bonds of the County of Allen, Ohio, authorize other documents in connection with with the issuance of such bonds. This rescinding is due to their requesting an increased amount of their facility bonding.
So move.
Second.
Discussion. Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung,
Yes.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Number 11, authorize County of Lorraine, Ohio to approve the issuance of hospital facility revenue bonds of the County of Allen, Ohio. Authorize other documents in connection with the issuance of such bonds.
So move.
Second.
Discussion. Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung,
Yes.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Number 12, approve the retention of Sutter and O'Connell for certain legal matters in connection with the pending litigation filed by Harry Williamson.
So move.
Second.
Discussion.
Just for the record, I think there's a personal conflict of interest here. I'll be voting no.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung,
Yes.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Number 3, approving a grant in the amount of $415,000 to various small businesses in Lorraine County adversely affected by the COVID-19 pandemic to be paid from account ARPA other expenses.
So move.
Second.
Discussion. Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung,
Yes.
Commissioner Moore.
Present.
Number 14, approve a grant in the amount of $75,000 to Good Nights Inc., Elyria, to provide safe bedding for children in Lorraine County adversely affected by the COVID-19 pandemic and paid from ARPA other expenses account.
So move.
Second.
Discussion.
Yes, I'd like to call up Mr. Dorsey. I'm surprised you got any free time on your hands to even be here today. You're so busy all the time. Just, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you can come around. No, you can come around. Yeah, we
Just
won't
don't
have you
look at-
tackled by the deputy. You're good.
Just don't look at the man behind, don't look at the man behind the curtain.
Want to make sure. My name is Roger Dorsey. I'm the founder and executive director of Good Nights of Lorraine County. We build and provide beds to children here in Lorraine County that otherwise would be sleeping on the floor with other siblings. Many children that we go in and deliver beds to have never had a bed. Unfortunately, business is good. Business is good. And with the economy, donations are down. And as the year has gone through, last year, the calendar year, we delivered 380 beds. We've already delivered 420 this year. We have 160 plus children on our waiting list. We're projecting, with the projections we have, we're going to need at least 400 plus more beds before the end of this year. It costs us $300 to buy the lumber and mattresses, sheets, pillows, pillowcases to provide these beds for children. We provide a twin-size bed. They can be into bunk beds or they can just be a single twin bed. We engage volunteers, corporate sponsors. We just finished a build last week with Nordson Corporation. They sponsored 100 children, had their employees come out and build the beds Monday through Thursday, and then on Friday we partnered with the Lorraine Metropolitan Housing Authority at Southside Gardens, and we had scheduled to deliver 60 beds, but because of life, we were only able to deliver 35 of those beds, but we still have those other 25 kids on our waiting list, which right now has, as I said, is expanded to over 160 kids. So with our all-volunteer model, we are anywhere between 2 and 4 months getting kids beds right now. So.
No, I've seen you guys operate. You guys are amazing. You come in with your trucks, your volunteers, and it's an amazing thing to watch.
Yeah, we have, over the past 4 years, we have honed the process. We try every time that we do a build or delivery. My wife is here with me, and she can attest that nothing ever goes as planned. But we always, like I said, we engage our volunteers. And in the last 12 months, we've had over 1,500 volunteers come out, give up their time, spend their money to haul these beds all over the county. Right now, we have, our numbers have increased over the past year with our partnership with El Centro, and I see Thelma back there. She has opened up the Latino community in Lorraine to us. We weren't getting a lot of requests until she said we were okay, but that has just skyrocketed. Of the 420 beds that we've delivered this year, 60% of those have gone to the city of Lorraine. 30% roughly go to the city of Elyria, and then we've delivered beds to Rochester, to Wellington, to Avon Lake. We've been all over this county. And we do try and engage as many community activities or community groups as we can. We have the Firelands Future Farmers of America. They built beds for us last year. They'll be building beds for us this year. We've got a meeting next week with the Lorraine Correctional Institution to engage their inmates to build beds for us. And we would provide them with the lumber, the tools, and everything, and then they would build beds. Grafton Correctional was building beds for us pre-COVID, but they kicked us out and haven't let us back in. So we're going to go across the street. Everybody that we worked with at Grafton now works over at Lorraine. I'm not sure how that works, but it works for us. So we're going to engage them so that we can keep up productivity and try and make sure we find us a big enough facility to continue to manufacture beds.
Mr. Dorsey, thank you for coming today, and thank you for this work that you do in the community for the kids. It certainly is a labor of love. And I've been there, I've toured your facility, I've gone out with you on build for a day, and you guys just do phenomenal work. If you want to go ahead and make the plug for anybody who wants to volunteer to come out and help you do builds.
Yes, we have on our Facebook page, we have a busy month coming up. We've got a 50-bed build at the Elyria Lowe's, which we're partnering with the Elyria Police Department. Chief Pelko is going to bring some officers out to help us build beds. We've got an Eastern Star build. With the ladies of the Masons group are going to come out on Sunday and build, and then we're partnering with Avient Corporation on the 14th and 15th, I believe. But then at the end of the month, September 24th, we're going to be delivering 50-plus beds to kids all over Lorraine. So if you come out, as I said, we are all volunteer. We need the folks, and typically, if you can give us 4 hours of time a month, you can help us put 50 kids in their own beds.
Yeah, no, I just want to thank you for all that you're doing. You're definitely changing lives. Every time I think of your organization, I think of the scene in the movie Blind Side, where Sandra Bullock says to actor Quentin Aaron, so what do you think after she's prepared this bedroom for him? And he says, I've never had one. And she said, a bedroom? And he said, no, a bed.
Right.
So, and that's the case for a lot of kids.
Yeah.
It really is.
In the last 4 years, my wife and I have been able to provide over 3,000 beds to kids here in Lorraine County. And that's just here in the county. Every dime that we get stays here in Lorraine County. That's why we started Good Nights. And last year, 94% of every dime that we brought in went directly to putting kids in beds, buying lumber, buying mattresses, buying sheets, pillows, side rails. So we have a small space that we rent in Amherst Plaza, which is busting at the seams, but we're working. I mean, we don't need 12 million, but we'll take it. I mean, we will take it. I mean, and it will be used. But we, like I said, we operate with the mission that every kid deserves a good night, and we put every dime that we bring in goes directly to getting kids in their own beds.
That was my question, because my wife and I are involved in Give Kids the World, which is like 96 cents of every dollar goes right to the kids. So out of all your money, what's the percentage it goes to?
Well, I think last year it was 95%.
That's outstanding.
When the bookkeeper writes herself a check, which she seldom does, we pay a bookkeeper, and I get a $300 a month gas allowance to run all of the counties. So I get about a tank and a half of gas in my pickup truck.
That gets you not to that
So,
anymore.
yeah, by the time I drive from Wellington to Amherst 2 or 3 times, but again.
No, 94% is outstanding. So thank you for what you do.
Thank you.
Okay, one more comment, Mr. Dorsey. When I did the tour with you, you had the room with all the bedding. And can you explain for the people, because some people, they don't want to come out and do the actual builds, but they like shopping. And can you explain that?
Yes, we have a lot of Kohl's Bucks sheets in our facility. We have 5 different drop-off points around the county. Cobalt Insurance in Avon, the Colonial Barbershop in Wellington. We have the Abbey Road, the Elyria Dry Cleaners, and one right there in the Amherst Plaza, the clothing loft, where people buy sheets, pillows, blankets, and they drop them off, or they bring them in. Every second Tuesday of the month, we have a community bed build from 6 to 8 p.m., and we have folks that come in and they put all of our bedding together. So when we go to deliver, we just grab a bag that has a pink ribbon if we've got a girl from 3 to 9 years old, and if it's a boy 3 to 9, it's a light blue, and then dark blue and a dark red. So we've literally only had to buy like 30 sets of sheets in the 3,000 plus beds that we've delivered. The community has donated those, and we've never run out of them. We've got banks that do bedding drives. We've got church groups that do bedding drives. But we take that money that we're not spending on linens, and we put it right towards buying lumber from the Elyria Lowe's.
And if I recall, people bring a teddy bear or a toy? Or
We get the kids from 3 to 9 years old. We partner with a group called CB's Buddies, and she donates all the teddy bears to us. Pre-COVID, she was donating them to the police departments, fire departments, and I think she's getting back to that. But she brings them in. They're packaged up in a Ziploc baggie. We drop them in, so all the kids 3 to 9 years old get a teddy bear as well. So when we leave, many of them, for the first time in their life, have their own bed. And we get numerous emails and calls from parents that say we now can't get our children out of the bed, I appreciate the invitation, and I can guarantee the commissioners this: any funds that you give us, number one, will be put directly to getting kids in beds, and it will be spent right here in Lorraine County, and it will be spent by the end of the year.
I was just going to say that. I bet you won't be waiting till 2020.
No, it will be we will have, as I said, we've got a meeting next week with the Lorraine Correctional, and if we get funds from here, that'll go directly to buying lumber so we can have Lowe's drop it at Lorraine Correctional. When we were working with Grafton, if we dropped them off lumber to build 100 beds, they would have 100 beds done for us in a week. They got time, so that's their quote, not mine. All they have is time. But for them, it's a win-win. They can have one corrections officer oversee 20 inmates doing community service, and they never have to leave the facility. So
Great.
we're hoping to re-engage that, as well as JVS, the carpentry department out there, to be able to help us continue to get more kids in their own beds.
Doing amazing work, having an impact.
Thank you.
A lot of people. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your time,
You bet,
Commissioners.
You bet. And just, to mention to everyone here today, as I've stated in previous meetings, that it's important to keep good records, good receipts. Everything is subject to audit. And so we will be asking about where the dollars are being spent and the supporting documentation. I'm not the attorney, but did I step on your toes on that
No,
one?
I appreciate you saying that, so I don't have to say it again.
Okay.
I thought you wanted to say it, Dan.
I did perfectly fine. So.
Madam Clerk,
Did
Where
we
you been
motion?
at?
we did the motion, and this was.
Yes, Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hahn,
Yes.
Commissioner Moore.
Present.
Okay, number 15, approve a grant in the amount of $75,000 to North Ridgeville Community Care to continue to provide a food pantry, meal distribution, and essentials for the residents adversely affected by COVID-19 pandemic and paid from account ARPA other expenses.
Okay. Heather?
I'll move to approve.
Oh, I'm sorry. Second?
Discussion.
Yeah, at this point, is Heather here? Oh,
I think we
no?
have Daphne.
Daphne's here. Okay.
Just state your name and,
Hi, my name is Daphne Fuertes Yost. I'm the Assistant Director at North Ridgeville Community Care. I have a few handouts for you
yes, the
guys.
deputy, if he comes up and stands
Okay.
here, then be easier.
Heather sends her apologies. She's ill and couldn't make it today. She usually does this type of work. I'm in the building, so my apologies for being very nervous this morning.
Oh, my gosh, you'll be fine.
Again, my name is Daphne Fuertes Yost. I'm the Assistant Director at North Ridgeville Community Care. North Ridgeville Community Care is the only social service agency in North Ridgeville. Along with our food pantry, we also have many programs. We assist with rent, mortgage, and utility assistance. Our goal is to prevent disconnection of utilities and to prevent evictions for our clients. Our goal is to help our clients to be sustainable. Our Essentials program provides household and personal products that can't be bought with food stamps. These essential items help people preserve their dignity by having clean homes and good personal hygiene. A program that is very popular but needed to be cut due to COVID was our Senior Salad program. This was a once-a-week program that let all seniors in North Ridgeville self-select produce to have healthy meal options available to them. We are hoping to reinstate this program soon. One of our largest client demographics are senior citizens. We have a program to help with unexpected expenses that may not be able to be covered due to being on fixed income. This program also was put on hold during the pandemic due to funding. This grant money would help our community immensely. It would replenish our food pantry, our senior services, and meal services for our senior programs. We need to recoup money lost during the COVID pandemic to provide food for our clients. Our donations this year are down 64%. We serve over 1,200 people per month through all of our programs. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Yeah, thank you for all that you do. And I think, sometimes in the community, we have to be realistic about our perceptions and acknowledge our perceptions. And sometimes I think that the community perception is that, well, North Ridgeville is this flourishing, growing community. There couldn't possibly be any problems or challenges there. But the reality is, pick any community in this county, and there are families that are struggling to make ends meet. We also have to recognize that we have an older population in this county, and believe me, we have a lot of seniors who are figuring out how to juggle all the bills and still get their medicine and food and everything else. So I think that's always important for people to know.
Thank you.
And Daphne, I've had opportunity to go over there and have a tour with Heather sometime last year, and State Representative Gail Manning was there with us that day, and Mayor Corcoran. And if you want, it's just a wonderful facility, and it makes it easy for the residents to come in and, with the food pantry and everything, and get their essentials and what they need. If you could just quickly give the shameless plug on how people can help and volunteer and get a hold of you guys.
Well, we partner with Second Harvest Food Bank. Monetary donations are great. We're able to get bulk food at very reasonable prices through them. We also accept food at any time. Clothing and household items, we're on hold a little bit right now. We're hoping that by the end of September we'll begin accepting those, because we do offer clothing and free household items to people. We're still trying to get back on our feet through the pandemic. And if anyone has time to help volunteer, we need people, good, passionate people, compassionate people that can help us with our food pantry. And I think that's mostly it.
Your website at?
NRCOMMCARE.org.
Thank you
Okay?
very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
After we do this.
After this, okay.
Yeah. You ready to make that?
Sure.
Okay. Anything further? Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Present.
Thank you.
You notice the deputy, if you want to speak today,
Right.
Yes, please.
there's a form that you have to fill out if anyone else wants to speak outside of the presentations today. So just to let you know, I think we
Yeah.
forgot about that at the last meeting we were at.
That's
Yeah.
okay, because
Yeah, if you're receiving a grant this morning, you don't need to fill out a form. Sometimes folks do that. But yes, if you wish to speak, there's forms in the back, and we'll make sure they come up here for the public comment
yeah.
section.
Hand them to,
that's part of the email.
I'm sorry, I forgot your last name, Deputy.
Kruger, just like Freddie.
Yeah, just hand them to Deputy.
Hey!
Hand the form to Deputy Q Kruger, and he'll bring it over.
Speaking at number 26.
They're part of the email, yeah, so,
Okay.
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 All right, so number 16, Approve a grant in the amount of $75,000 to Lookout Lorraine to continue virtual health and transportation for county residents adversely affected by the COVID-19 pandemic to be paid from the ARPA other expenses account.
So move.
Second.
Discussion.
Yeah. Tom, are you here representing Dan today?
Yes, I am.
Okay, Dan Heath. You want to state your name? I think we all know who you are, but
We all do.
I'm Thomas Stuber, President and Chief Legislative Officer for the Licata Way. And I want to thank you, Commissioner Lundy, Commissioner Hung, and Commissioner Moore for the opportunity to present today. As you all know, that today is the Overdose Awareness Day, second in Ohio, and that we are moving into Overdose Awareness Month in September. And Lorraine County had 143 overdose deaths last year. Ohio had over 5,400 deaths last year, and the condition is getting worse. We saw at the state level a 28% increase, and the numbers this year look like they're going to go even higher than they did in this past year. That makes it essential that individuals are able to access care, and that this past year, the Licata Way spent $84,000 in uncompensated care simply by providing internet-connected phones so people could experience telehealth if they weren't able to access because of transportation issues. And we also provided transportation to 500 individuals to get to and from treatment. That's how we're going to use these funds this year. So thank you so much. You're saving a number of lives.
okay. Questions? Okay. No, I just want to thank you for all that you do, and we know how deeply you've been dedicated to battling the addiction of mental health concerns in the community. And everybody talks about the pandemic, but they have to realize there's an epidemic that has been accelerated by the pandemic, and that I state it all the time. If you're battling addiction, there's probably a mental health component to it. If you're having mental health issues, there's good possibility there's an addiction component tied to that too. So, but I know you've been a champion on that front for the county and our residents all these years, and we definitely appreciate your passion and dedication. But everybody should be very alarmed, because we have a lot of good people that get addicted, and we see it all the time. We hear the stories of the beautiful granddaughter that's now, not so friendly with grandma anymore because she got in with the wrong crowd and is addicted and trying to take money out of the home, looking for pills in the medicine cabinet, whatever it may be. But a lot of good folks, unfortunately, when they get hooked or get addicted, it's quite a battle to get them back on the right path. But I stress all the time, it's a disease. You don't just flip a switch and stop partying with your buddies on the weekend. If your brain lights up and likes certain drugs or alcohol or whatever it may be, and we can't lose sight that alcohol is still the big issue out there. And for others, they can have a drink, has no effect. They can take pain medicine, has no effect. But for others, they really like it. Their brain really lights up, and that's part of the disease component. So we have to constantly educate our neighbors and friends about that.
Thank you, Tom, for coming out and for, always being so communicative with us and letting us know what's going on. And Dan Haight sending out the emails and that. If folks wanted to get a hold of you guys for volunteering, here's the shameless plug right here.
989-4900 would be the number that they would call.
Okay,
Okay, very good.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thanks,
sir.
Sam.
thanks.
Anything further?
Nope.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Commissioner Moore?
Present.
Number 17, approve a grant in the amount of $75,000 Lorraine County Community Action Agency, Lorraine, to continue support the youth of Lorraine County adversely affected by COVID-19 pandemic, to be paid from the ARPA other expenses account.
So move.
Second?
Discussion.
This time I'd like to call Jackie forward. Good morning, good morning.
Good morning. I brought Bobby Taylor with me.
Yeah. Okay,
Bobby
Bobby,
Taylor is our Director of Planning and Community Services, and our youth program reports up through Bobby. Bobby used to be our youth coordinator, and he has taken our program to a new level, so I wanted to make sure that, to bring him and acknowledge his contributions. Our youth program runs out of the Ron Nabokowski Youth Center on 10th Street in Lorraine, and we fund that through Community Service Block Grant dollars. And we currently have 11 youth that are employed through Ohio Means Jobs. We'll have them for the next 6 months. And we provide them work experience. They work in our bike shop, and then they also do tremendous amount of community service. And then we also take them on college tours. And we take them out to employers based on their interest or what their career plans are. So we wanted to take that model and what we know going into the pandemic, part of what we do with our community needs assessment, we're required to under federal funding to do a community needs assessment, comprehensive assessment every 3 years. What that assessment showed, and we just released that in March of this year, going into the pandemic, youth are having a very hard time, 16 to 24, entering the job for the workforce. Part of that is that people are working longer and jobs are not opening up. So they were already lagging going into the pandemic, and then when the pandemic hit, the industries they work in were hit the hardest. So the good news is we are seeing recovery, but there's still a lag, especially in Lorraine County, between 2019 levels of employment for our youth and currently. So what we want to focus on is creating more work opportunities following the model already in place. So that'll allow us basically to hire additional supervisors so we can hire more staff or bring in more youth. And one of the things that we're really, really excited about is going into the pandemic, most of our youth were on average 17, about 17. Now we're getting 15-year-olds. And we think that's really exciting because we do mentoring with them. So we're seeing more enthusiasm for school. We're giving them basically their first job. And this is truly helping them enter the workforce and make career decisions that are good for them. So we thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Bobby, do you want to say a few words? You good?
No,
You're not shy.
I'm not shy, but if you want to know more information about our agency and how you can get involved, you can visit lccaa.net. We recently hired a new youth coordinator, Mr. Jeffrey Ross, who's done some coaching over at Elyria Catholic, so he brings some energy to our youth and to the program. But like Jackie said, through that community needs assessment, the youth are having a hard time not only entering the workforce, but also understanding basic economics, how to what a check looks like, how to open a bank account. So our work experience includes that, in addition to the mentoring, the company tours, and the college visits. So thank you for this opportunity.
And that was the question I was going to ask you about. You answered
Yeah.
it before I asked.
I've been listening.
Can you tell the public a little bit more about the bike shop? I mean, I'm out and about. I always hear about the bike shop, so just so.
Yeah, so our bike shop is located in Lorraine, 204 West 10th Street. And it's an opportunity for people to donate their bikes, and then we make them so that they're safe to ride. We resell them at a reasonable cost. We look at each situation individually. So if there's a great need, like we partnered with Catholic Charities to donate bikes to some of their clients so that they can get to work. But our youth work on those bikes. And so it gives them an opportunity to learn how to, use tools and things like that. So we sell bikes, we repair bikes, we sell parts. It's a bike shop. And we take donations. We definitely take donations. Anything that's bike related, you can donate. Parts, the whole bike. And again, West 10th Street, 204. And that's available on our website as well. You can go to the bike shop page under programs.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Yeah, and Jackie, I just want to thank you. I think it's important for the community, that anytime I have questions about any social service programs going on in the community and funding that comes in from the state or from the feds, I swear I can call Jackie and she knows every single line that's in there, all the requirements, all the regulations to the most minute detail. And people have no clue just how much you do in this community and how much you've been able to help people in the community. So thank you for the amazing work that you do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Anything further? Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Number 18, approve a grant in the amount of $75,000 to El Centro Services, Lorraine, to continue to provide services to the residents adversely affected by COVID-19 pandemic and paid by ARPA other expenses account.
So move.
Second?
Discussion.
Do we have a representative from El Centro Day? Okay, come on up. I thought maybe Dan Rodacci was going to be here today, but he was?
He had a family emergency.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's
Stepping
fine.
in.
Oh, not a problem.
So, good morning. My name is Thelma Cruz. I am the Director of Community Health and Supportive Services at El Centro. I want to apologize on behalf of Victor. He couldn't be here today. He had a prior engagement at Lorraine County Community College.
Well,
But,
we all know Victor is one of the hardest working people in Lorraine County, so
but
we
on-
understand.
That'd
On
be a shorter
his-
speech now, though. Everybody knows Victor.
It is. It's going to be a short speech.
Be nice, though, be nice.
But on behalf of El Centro, we'd like to thank the commissioners for this funding they allocated to us. We plan to use the funding to upgrade our existing IT and purchase new software to better meet the demands of our vulnerable community due to the COVID pandemic. These funds will allow our center to be more mobile and reach our community more effectively, as well as help us track outcomes more quickly and address the needs that the community has. While we currently have certain tracking programs in place, with this new system, we'll be able to reach a larger amount of people in a more efficient way and inform them about things that are happening in the community, like COVID vaccines, health fairs, food pantries, as well as inform them about census, voting, registering for voting, and other important things that are happening in the community. This will allow the center to provide services to connect our community with the necessary things that they need. Our community's needs are constantly changing and growing, so we hope with this system we're able to address those in a more efficient way. So again, thank you so much for the funds that you're allocating to us.
No, thank you, and I can't say enough about how blessed we are to have El Centro. There's so many things in the community that you coordinate day in and day out, and really helping to lift up a lot of folks. And I know after, Hurricane Maria, a lot of families relocating. Yeah, I saw you. I remember that very
Yeah.
well, because you were extremely busy helping everyone make the transition. And then when we recently put together the Lorraine County for Ukraine, Victor and El Centro have been the front door for folks to be able to come through and process that. And just every time there's a need in the community, you're going to find El Centro probably at the middle of it, helping out.
Yep, that's what we do.
Well, you do a good job of it, believe me.
Thank you.
So, well, thank you, and
Thank
tell Victor, keep up the good work there.
I will. Thank you so
Okay.
much.
Thank you.
Anything further? Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Commissioner Moore?
Present.
Number 19, approve a grant in the amount of $75,000 to North Center Lorraine to provide improvement to the facility for safety and overall client experience adversely affected by COVID-19 pandemic, to be paid from the ARPA other expenses account.
So move.
Second?
Discussion.
At this time, Don, are you going to be speaking? I know we received the information, I think, from your grant writer, but I figured you'd probably be presenting this morning.
Yeah, hi, good morning, everybody. My name's Don Schiffbauer, and I'm the CEO at the Nord Center. We're a community behavioral health agency here in Lorraine County. We serve 7,500 unique clients, so if you're doing the math, that's about 1 out of every 42 Lorraine County residents. They get services from one of our 5 service lines: adult services, child and adolescent services, residential services, crisis services, and sexual assault services. Part of our mission is to engage the community, and part of that engagement includes reducing stigma, and eliminating barriers. The COVID pandemic put a spotlight on some of those barriers to our own physical structure. And with 92 cents of every dollar we take in going towards direct services, leaves very little room for capital improvements. So part of our grant proposal was to focus on our sexual assault services department. As most of you can imagine, this is a very trying and difficult time for victims and survivors. The space that they come into needs to foster confidence, it needs to foster safety, and it needs to foster comfort. So these monies are going to be used to renovate areas like where people might have to use the restroom or take a shower after an event, where their family may have to stay. And it's those types of environmental improvements that can make a difference in somebody's road to surviving a terrible tragedy like this. We also know that part of a barrier to access to care is actually getting in the building. So if you've ever been to our center, there's not a handicap door. So we're going to take some funding from this to actually put a handicap accessible door on the front door, on the front of our building. What's that say to somebody if you can't even get into the facility? So we appreciate the support of the commissioners, we appreciate the support of our community, and we look forward to utilizing this dollars to help engage the community through decreasing stigma and eliminating barriers. And, Commissioner Hung, if anybody's interested in assisting our organization, you can go to www.nordcenter.org, and there's a link in the upper right-hand corner about how to donate or volunteer.
Well, thank you very much, and you folks are doing amazing work. You seem to be at the center of everything that's going on in the community as we're addressing all the mental health concerns and the addiction concerns, and we just have to understand we got to go that extra mile. You know, a lot of folks can't get through this on their own. They need a lot of help, and you know, we shouldn't be, as you pointed out, stigmatizing when somebody needs help or assistance. You know, it shouldn't be something of shame. It should be something where the support kicks in, so that folks get the help that they need. And you know, we want people to be able to keep their families together, take care of their kids, keep a roof over their head, be able to work. But it's hard to do those things if you can't cut through the challenges or the demons that you're battling.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner.
And Don, thank you for all you've done communicating with us, and your staff has done, you know, coming out to see us coming out to see you for events. And thank you to Bethany, I think.
Bethany Lewis, our Director of Sexual Assault Services,
Yeah,
yes.
so she was the young lady who came in and talked to me about this, and she gave a very, very good presentation on this topic, and I know sometimes it's hard for people to talk about, and she did an excellent job.
I'll be sure to relay that. Thank you for the feedback.
Yeah, it's very disturbing when you see all these displays about people who have been victims of abuse and assault. Very disturbing.
Yeah.
And, you know, I know as a former reporter, I've interviewed people, you know, who've gone through some traumatic experiences. And, you know, and I say it all the time that, you know, even sometimes with the youth, sometimes they come to mom and dad or a family member and say, hey, something didn't go over really well the other day and felt like I was violated in some way, and to take it seriously, to take a look at it. Don't look at that individual and think, well, that's a kid, maybe it's made up in their mind or whatever. Mm-hmm. You really have to look at it more closely, and because when I would talk to these people as adults, they would say, you know, well, I went to my parents and they just didn't believe it or didn't do anything about it, you know, and those are the folks that are supposed to be your biggest security blanket in life, right? And
Yes.
your defender. So otherwise, it's, you know, these are things you carry throughout life, and it never goes away. You know, I interviewed people who were victims at a very young age, and it stays with you, sadly, a lifetime.
Yes, it does. But thank you again for the support, and we look forward to reporting back to you with some results of what we're doing with this funding.
Okay, tell everybody we said hello.
We sure will. Have a great day.
Anything further? Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung,
Yes.
Commissioner Moore.
Present?
Number 20, approve a grant in the amount of $50,000 to YWCA of Elyria to provide refurbished Elyria culinary kitchen to provide training for residents to achieve adequate income to secure housing adversely affected by COVID-19 pandemic and paid from ARPA other expenses account.
So move.
Second?
Discussion.
I don't have to call Janine Donaldson up because she's already at the podium.
Already up here looking stunning as usual.
Good morning, Commissioners, and thank you. I'm going to start with a commercial, and I'm surprised that my colleagues didn't start with this too, is that if you want to help the Elyria YWCA, on September 15th, the Community Foundation is doing their third annual Connect to a Cause, where a number of nonprofits it's crowdfunding for a number of nonprofits, and the YWCA is one of those. And I point that out because we're listed under YWCA Elyria, which means we are the very last on the list. So if you're scrolling through and you don't see us, I want to tell you that now. And those funds are going to be used to further build out our Lorraine County Racial Equity Center. This morning, I want to talk to you about the funding that you're giving us. And the funding you're giving us is, it relates to what Jackie Bayline from Community Action Agency was talking about when she talked about the youth not recovering in terms of getting employment. Well, the same is true for women. The numbers of women going back to work has not reached what the 2019 numbers are. And if you go back to 2020, during the pandemic and the subsequent year and a half after, we're in it now still, there was a term called essential workers. And ordinarily, if you're called an essential worker, you think you're an exceptional worker, that you did things, you were really good and you were compensated for your services. But in the days of COVID, essential workers simply meant you had to show up for work. And those workers were typically healthcare workers at nursing homes. They were restaurant workers. They were school employees. But the bottom line is that many of them were women. And so those women that they either went to work and risked getting COVID, or they didn't go to work and lost their jobs. And so those are the folks that we are concerned about. YWCA since 1913. We've been in Elyria since 1913, and we've provided housing to women. So one of the things, we are also federally funded, our shelters in Elyria and Lorraine. We're federally funded, and what the contract that we have with HUD is that we are going to find permanent housing for our residents and then also increase their income. So we believe that the Elyria Culinary Kitchen will do that. We've already been awarded $25,000 from the city of Elyria. So your dollars will go a long way to help refurbish the kitchen, get it up to standards. The kitchen really hasn't had any refurbishment since 1952 when our building was built. So we look forward to working with our community partners. Many of them are here in this room. Let's see, what else? I think I've covered everything I wanted to say. Well, I'll tell you one other thing, too. COVID has taught us the things that we need to do differently, and one of those is to be able to segregate the women who live in our shelters. If you're not familiar with the YWCA, we've got 4 structures at our site on West Avenue, and we've been there again since 1913. 3 of the homes are shelters for women. 2 of the homes are women and children, and the largest home is for single women. It doesn't mean they don't have children, just means they don't have children with them. They may have lost custody, or they're older women and they don't have younger kids. So we have those 4 sites on our facility, and our main building was built, like I said, in 1952. And we just learned from COVID that when the women needed to be isolated during COVID, I think we've just really kind of wiped COVID from our minds. We forget how challenging those times were to isolate people. We had to put people in hotel rooms. We have another facility in downtown Lorraine. For 2 months in the summer, it cost us $7,000 to feed them and put them in hotels. So these are the kinds of things that it's been hard to recover from. Another program that the YWCA has that many of you might know is our dance studio. We're the largest dance studio in Lorraine County. We do a variety of things, so we're just thankful and blessed that we have folks here on the county commissioners that understand the importance and the challenges of the work that we do. Thank you.
Yeah, my daughter was 3 years old, and I bring it up all the time with you. When
Yes,
the
you
dance
do.
studio, you know. I won't say how old she is today.
Well,
You know.
you will be pleased that in September, we're going to be cutting the ribbon on the new dance studio
really?
at the Y.
Fantastic.
And that's what some of these funds are being used for in terms of renovating parts of the building that really needed it. So the girls in our dance studio are going to get a dedicated space. It's not just girls. In our dance studio, get a dedicated space for what they do. And our dance program is so large that the Palace is the only place large enough to accommodate us for our recitals.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. 180 persons in our dance studio.
I understand
Fantastic.
Commissioner Moore has some amazing dance skills, so if you ever want to bring him over there to,
Hey, if you want a polka, I can polka.
I'll see if I can find. I'll see if I can find a video.
Oh, no. No, I got some videos, and you don't want to see ours, because they're both of us.
No question. I mean,
So, and the golf, I need to meet with you, right? I think I won a prize last year at your
You
golf outing.
certainly
Is
did.
it still there? I feel
your
bad I didn't
alcohol
pick
is
it
still
up.
there.
Okay, I feel bad.
no. Well, thank you so much, Janine. Doing amazing work as always.
Thank you.
And that's the
Thank
next
you.
golfing? Is this on the one, when's the golf outing again?
It would be in June, I do believe.
Oh, really?
We had it in.
I didn't get invited this time, I guess, because I won a prize.
I
See how
think
that
you
works?
did. Anyway.
Oh, I did?
And we changed it from August. It
Okay.
was August,
You're right.
and then now it's back to June because August didn't work out heat-wise and for a variety of reasons. But
Okay.
Commissioner Moore, thank you for your support, and thank you all commissioners for all of your support.
Thank you for all you do. Janine, we really appreciate it.
I'll be over. I gotta come over. I'll be over.
I hope so. And Commissioner Hung, when you came to visit the Y, I forget that you guys are so important.
Oh, no, we're not.
I just kind of know you. But when you came to the Y and went over to our shelter, and the women were there, they were just so impressed that somebody stopped by the Y. Somebody so important stopped by the Y. We got a chance to talk about the importance of registering to vote and all that good stuff. So
They were
yeah.
very sweet. It was a nice meeting, and I got to tour the kitchen, and I think these dollars will be put to a very good use, and that you need them over there.
And it won't just be for the women in our shelter. Because we get ARPA dollars from also the city, it's open to anybody that wants to take culinary classes that can increase their ability to get employment in the restaurant industry. But also, when they leave us, our responsibility is that, we live in food deserts. A lot of our communities are in food deserts. And folks need to know about nutrition and how to cook. And even if they get food from the shelter, not the shelter, but if they get food from Second Harvest, they need to know what to do with that food. A lot of times they don't know what to do with the food. So we're excited to help them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jenny.
Anything further? Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung,
Yes.
Commissioner Moore.
Present.
Yeah, at this time, we're about halfway through. I know we've got a long agenda today, and I appreciate the patience of everybody in the room, but we're going to stand at ease and take a brief recess.
It's a bathroom break.
It's a potty break.
Or a coffee break.
Matt's being politically correct.
Politically correct.
Oh, no.
I mean, I have, but yes, it does out there, it's not.
Okay, we've returned from a brief recess. Thanks, everyone, for your patience. We have a very busy agenda today. Commissioner, do you want to
Yeah.
make a motion?
Yeah, I'd like to move to reconsider issue number 12.
Second?
Discussion. Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Okay, so number 12. Approve the retention of Sutter O'Connell for certain legal matters in connection with the pending litigation filed by Harry Williamson.
So move.
Second.
Discussion. Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Commissioner Moore?
No?
Okay.
Thanks.
You're-
We'll move now to item number 21, correct, Madam Clerk?
Correct. Approve a grant in the amount of $50,000 to Lorraine Senior Community Center, Lorraine, to continue to provide social services to the seniors of the county adversely affected by COVID-19 pandemic, to be paid from the ARPA other expenses account.
So move.
Second.
Discussion.
Yeah, at this time, I'd like to call up J.R. Lee, the Executive Director with the Lorraine Senior Community Center. Good morning to you, sir.
Morning, gentlemen, ladies.
Good morning. With Nancy's here as well, if she wants to
Yeah.
come up.
If
Hi,
you want to
Nancy.
come up, Dan. J.R. Lee, Lorraine Community Senior Center, I want to thank you folks for giving us the time to come and speak to you and you know, everything. I'm not real good at this kind of stuff, so you'll have to bear with me. I hear talking about young people, about middle-aged people, this stuff like that. I've been involved with the senior center since 2000. I've seen a lot of stuff go on. I've seen a lot of stuff that wasn't right. We're there to make it good. We're there to help all ages. I'll give you an instance. We had a young lady there a couple years ago. Nobody would give her help. She had to do community service. Her parents, her grandparents, nobody would have anything to do with her. They come to us and ask us. And ask, is there any elders there, adults there can watch this young lady? I told them, I said, we're all adults, elder people. We took her in. She was there for 2 weeks doing her community service. When she left, she was different. Last year, she came back and volunteered to help with our car show. Now, that tells you something. We got a young man working there now. He has to do community service. He has to, nobody want to give him a chance. 33 years old. He's had a lot of issues. He's there. He's been there for 2 months. He's worked out. We're working with him. That's part of it. The biggest part of it is the seniors in this county, the seniors in this city, there's a lot of places for them to go. We have a lot of activities at the center. We have a lot of stuff can help a lot of people. We have a lady there, and this is ours. She drives all the way from the west side of Elyria to come to our senior center because she wants to be there with it. We have a lady there that's got Alzheimer's. They was going to put her in a home, put her in she comes there, she drives there every day. We've been told that what she is doing there, what we've done for her, what she's doing for herself, has changed her life. She's different. We got people like that. We got people that are coming in walkers. We had a lady started coming here in a wheelchair. Now she's walking. You know, so, you know, we're there for the seniors and the veterans, but we're also there to help other age groups. Okay, I've been with the senior center since 2000. I've seen a lot of stuff go on. I've seen a lot of stuff that shouldn't. When I was put in this position, I swore that I would do whatever I could do to bring this center back to where it needs to be. Not where it needs to be, but where it should be. You've been there, Michelle. You've been there, Matt. You've seen what kind of condition that place is in. For people, volunteers, no employees whatsoever, all volunteers, to put their time and effort into this place to try to bring it up to where it needs to be. You owe them people a lot of credit. Okay? We're asking, you got the papers. If you look on page 4, it'll show you how far, it'll show you how far we are in debt since when they closed us down for COVID. Our bingo was our only income. We had no income for months. We're this far behind, and we're trying. We're trying every way we can. We're asking for people to support us. You know what? It bothers me because I see the elders, I see the veterans. People talk about I love young kids. We'll help anybody we can. But I see the way veterans, the way the seniors are treated. A lot of people put them aside. But if it wasn't for the seniors and the veterans in this county or any place, wouldn't be here.
Right.
Nobody would be here.
Right.
And for the senior center to be neglected, be ignored, like it's been over these years, that's not right. You know, I have given, my wife has given, the ones that give there, they give 200%, not 50, not 100, 200%. And all money that goes to the center, all money is made there, goes to the center, not paying somebody for whatever or paying for this. There is no money being paid out to the center except for the bills we have to pay, the stuff we have to pay. All proceeds benefit the center. And if anybody asks, what are you guys doing to try to help? You was there at the car show. We've had fundraisers, fundraisers, and fundraisers. Fundraisers don't bring it up to where it's got to be. The center has been, like I said, neglected, and we're asking for help. We're not asking for you to pay employees. We're not asking for somebody, we're asking for help, to help the seniors, to help keep this place open. You know, I mean, we're going to have you guys are welcome. August, we're going to have a spaghetti. October, we're going to have a spaghetti. Everybody's welcome. We're going to have a polka band. Come and support the center. That's all we're asking you guys to do.
Now, JR, when is this?
Huh?
October 30th.
October 30th. You know, and that's what we're here about. I'm not here about me. I'm not here about, we're here about the center, about the seniors in this. There's 5 acres over there. And there's so much stuff that we can do. There's so much stuff can be done. We supply vegetables out of a Lorraine Community East Side garden that we've been putting in for 15 years. We supply vegetables to the members of the center. We supply vegetables to the elders that come and get them. Okay? We'll do everything we can to help anybody. There's a space out there. Hey, I'm sorry. I grew up in the country. You learn to survive on what you have. We have a lot of land over there. We can help the elders. We can help a lot of people in the community that don't have vegetables, food. We did. We used to get boxes from Second Harvest. The vegetables out of our garden, we gave the people in Second Harvest. The Block Watch is run by the East Side Block Watch. The East Side Block. We're not a big group. We're not wealthy. We're a community group that cares about our community, about the elders, about the people in the center, in the city. Not only the elders, but the children. We've got plans to do stuff over there. We need support for it. We can help. We can take kids off the street. We can help middle-aged people. But the most important thing is the center is there for the seniors, the elders. And I'll say this to you like I've told everybody else. Why should the seniors and the veterans have to fight and beg and beg and beg to get stuff? The center has never been supported by anybody, county, city, whatever. I think it's time that the city, the county, not only now, but in the years to come, I think they ought to put money aside to help the senior center. Because if you don't, when our generation's gone, who's going to be there to help? Where is the generation going to be for the other elders coming in? We got women there. Another thing, we're trying to get agriculture. I'm trying to help out kids. FFA, FHA. Nobody wants to listen to me. We have people who are sewing, crocheting, cooking, gardens. We got all this stuff, huh? Wood shop. We got wood shop. We've got all this stuff to help, but nobody wants to listen to what we're saying. Nobody wants to help us.
I'll tell you, JR, the sewing room and the wood shop is just incredible over there. You guys do an incredible
And it's all
job.
done by volunteer.
Yeah, and again, on the volunteers, I was out there on Sunday, and you have such a good group of dedicated people out there, and just want to thank them for everything that they do. But you have volunteers. It sounds like what you need is some donations.
We
You
need some
checks.
support.
So if
We
you
need-
wanna
we need
make-
money.
You know, how can people get a hold of you if they want to donate?
You can call the center, 440-288-4040. You can talk to Janet. She works she's also retired too. She's part of our block. I'm sorry, she's part of our block. She's part of the East Side Block Watch. I apologize. I'm not used to doing this. You folks have forgiven me.
You might want to get that phone
You
number
know-
a little more clearly in the microphone.
Well, I'm
JR.
sorry, but the girl that works in our office, she's retired. She volunteer. We're volunteer. Everybody that works that works at the center is volunteer. Like I said, there is no employee. We're not asking for money for employee. We're asking for money to keep the place open. And
there are
the
people
papers
out
right there, I gave you guys the papers.
And there are people out there in the community that want to help. We got calls to the office after we did the first round of the grant folks coming in here, that they got more responses and more calls on people who wanted to volunteer. So, your message does get out there and get heard, and people do notice it. So I hope you get some good calls.
Well, I hope so too, and I, even after this, I hope you guys will consider trying to work out a way. And I've told the city the same thing. Every year, try to do something to help the center, because like I said, if it's got so, you've been there, Michelle, you've been there. It's got so much potential over there. I want to put a garden in that we can feed the whole city of Lorraine, elders. Put a garden in, put a vegetable stand in. If they need vegetables, they'll be able to come and get vegetables. That's what it's all about. It's all, and you know what? I'm going to tell you what. The whole thing is, if you don't work together, you're going to fall apart. And that's what we need. We need people to work together with us.
And thank you for your passion and for all you do. I know the community really appreciates it. Every time I come out there to see you guys, JR, you're always very passionate on the topics and taking care of the center and taking care of the people that come in there. So thank you.
Well, go ahead.
Thank you for the funding.
Thank you for the funding. Thank you for everything. And you know what? This is the way I look at it. I'm going to fight for the seniors and the veterans, because I don't think there's enough people out there that do. And a lot of times they're pushed to the side and forgot about. I don't think this should be the case. I think it should be, like I said, I'm sorry, we need money, and I'm not going to beat around the bush, this and that. We need money to keep this place open, and we're asking for support.
Yep. I love your passion. No need to apologize at all.
I'm sorry.
Okay. Have you talked to Jacob Smith at the Veteran Services in regards to?
Yes, I have. I've talked with him.
How much do you get from them? Anything?
Well, actually, they helped us put a steak fry on this year. We put a steak fry on every year. They help us with that. All money comes from that. Proceeds come from that. Benefit the center. Everything that we do.
How much money do you receive from the Veteran Service?
Well, what was it this year?
2,000.
We got 2,000 this year. But what it is the 2,000 was through a steak fry. It wasn't that they gave us $2,000. They paid Flickner's for the food.
Okay.
The volunteers, we had to serve it.
No, I get it. I love the fact it's all volunteer. How about the city of Lorraine? I see your letter in here to Jack Bratt, the mayor of.
Well, Jack Bradley, I'm going to tell you, I don't mean to, don't mean to get into politics or anything, but I'm going to tell you what, Jack Bradley is the only mayor that's ever helped us.
Okay.
He put in a new driveway for us. He's willing to work with us, and I'm being honest with you.
You said partnerships? This is what I want to hear. I want to hear partnerships, and I like that. So.
Yeah, well, I would say he's partnership with us because he's willing to work, and don't get me wrong, there's a lot of people out there that they don't understand what's going on. I don't think they realize what we need as far as partnerships. It's just, Michelle, you have to come and see what we got to see what's going on, really. I can sit there and explain to you all day, and I know you guys got a lot of stuff to do, and like I said, I'm sorry, I do apologize, I'm sorry, but.
I want to come to bingo on Friday.
Come to bingo, You know what? We would love to maybe have a bingo to have, you guys help or you guys be or whatever to try to help raise money. Have a what do you want to call it? Politician night or whatever. Have you guys come and help us out at bingo. Maybe we can raise some money.
You may not trust the numbers we announce. I don't know.
We ain't gonna worry about that.
Is that the fourth B1 you just had?
But I tell you what, I'm gonna be honest with you. Since you brought that, I will be honest with you. She runs bingo now. Because before, the way it was running, and I'm going to be honest, a lot of money was going out the door. It wasn't staying where it was. That's the reason why things are like they are now.
Sure.
That's the reason why things are so tight, because the situation with COVID really killed us. They shut our bingo down. They refused. I worked 4 months with the state, the county, everything else to finally get open. And you know what? We'll let you open in the restaurant. It's just, that's what, and it really hurt us. It really hurt us. We were closed for over a year with bingo.
Yeah. The proof is all there. You were negatively impacted by the pandemic. That's the purpose for these grants,
right,
to help folks get back on their feet and up and running. And nobody's ever going to question your passion or advocacy, that's for sure. And but I know I've had conversations with the mayor. Obviously, they're processing their ARP grants, I believe, through a consultant that they've retained that's processing everything. So the mayor has indicated that, if the commissioners step forward with an amount, they were looking at matching that. I can't speak for the mayor, but last I checked, it was my understanding they were going to process things that way.
Right.
So I think that's good that everybody's rallying around it. But no, we want to thank you for being here this morning and for all that you
appreciate
do.
it.
And save some of that passion for the backyard brawl between Pitt and West Virginia tomorrow, the old rivalry. So,
I will, I'll
Okay.
do that.
Thank
But,
you.
thank you guys very much, and God bless you all. Thank you very much. Have a
Okay.
nice day.
Anything further? Commissioner Lundy,
aye.
Commissioner Hung,
Yes.
Commissioner Moore.
Present.
Number 22, approve a grant in the amount of $50,000 Lorraine County Youth Brigade, Amherst, to continue to provide educational programming and purchase equipment for volunteer cleanup efforts in Lorraine County for residents and visitors adversely affected by COVID-19 pandemic, to be paid from the ARPA other expenses account.
So move.
Second.
Discussion.
Yeah, Martin Heberling is here today with the Lorraine County Youth Brigade, also a school teacher in Lorraine. Sorry that you had to take some time from work there today to join us, but it's important to hear about the great things you're doing in the community.
No, thank you very much for the opportunity. I got to say that I'm at a disadvantage here after following, was it JR? Man, I got to follow that now. Okay. It's like the opening act of a main act, you know? Thank you very much, Commissioner Lundy, Commissioner Hung, and Commissioner Moore. My name is Martin Heberling. I am the founder and president of the Lorraine County Youth Brigade. The Lorraine County Youth Brigade is an official nonprofit that both educates, trains, and empowers our youth to improve themselves and the community. As a public school teacher with the city of Lorraine, or Lorraine City Schools, I know firsthand how the students can be affected and affect their communities. We hear all too often how our youth do not care, but that is not always the case. The creation of this organization started within my 6th grade classroom. While working on a writing assignment, I had several students that wanted to change that perception of we just don't care, we just want to play video games, we are destructive, graffiti, whatever. They expressed an interest to want to clean their environment. On my wall, I've since day one of being a teacher, I have this phrase, and I made this homemade: "Talk minus action equals nothing." And so the Youth Brigade was born. I lead that by example for our students within the classroom, and if you're going to say it, let's bring it. Let's do it. The first year, we improved 8 city parks and 2 downtowns throughout Lorraine County, and trained over 44 students. The second year, we applied for and received our official nonprofit status with the state of Ohio. All funds that were raised, both public and private, donations have been used for equipment, storage trailer, food, and shirts, or anything that we've needed to operate our organization. We also began to work with county and city officials to survey lands. We want our students to be actively involved in that process. Over the past couple of years, we worked with both Mayor Bradley with the city of Lorraine and our students. We introduced them to the mayor and city officials, safety service directors, to work in that process. This also helps inspire some of them to get involved in greater things, whether it's employment in the future, volunteering to work for the city, volunteering with the Lorraine County Youth Brigade in conjunction. We've also worked with the mayor of Elyria, looked over city locations to improve. We've worked on the Audubon Park as well as downtown Elyria. Let's see here. The third year we continue, we hope to continue, or we have continued this process to increase membership to over 92 students and work with local historical museums, public schools, coaches, and employment outreach. We work with our safety forces along with local businesses and educational leaders. I'm going to put this down because I'm a school teacher and we know how this is. I'm trying to be official, but I'm here for that reason, to help improve the Lorraine County Youth Brigade. Mayor Bradley within the city of Lorraine has offered the possibility for a new location for us to work out of. Parring with Lorraine County Commissioners and my reason for being here today, will make that possible. This building location will be donated by the city of Lorraine if we have the funds to help repair this building. The roof needs repaired as well as some asbestos removal. But this building will be a huge improvement for our organization. It will supply office space. It will give us a training facility because it does have a small classroom where we can bring in those students to help, with the training with our equipment, both the landscape equipment that we use, as well as the possibility of growing our own fruits and vegetables. This location also has, I'm not sure of the acreage, it's a couple acres that's attached to it, putting in a greenhouse. And if we can do that, helping teach the students how to grow and harvest their own fruits and vegetables. All of it would be donated to those students, their families, and the community, giving to neighbors, whoever they can. Also, one of our envisions that we have with this location too as well is offering outreach for future training and employment. We have several electricians who have offered to donate their help in training along with equipment using this facility. We have a plumber that has offered to help train some of these students that are future graduates of public schools here. And I mean the sky's the limit. But I envision helping improving the community through our youth. And with your help, I see that happening. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you.
And where we have seen established nonprofits come in, you're presenting us something that's really just kind of at its beginning stages, and you're building this. And you said you have 92 students. How is the interaction with the students and the parents? And, the parents tend to get involved. I mean, what are you finding?
Yeah, I mean, the goal is to bring in the parents as well, especially with the younger students that we've had. We have from age 6 all the way to 24 in terms of people that have volunteered and taken part in the Lorraine County Youth Brigade. So having the parents' involvement is key, especially with the younger youth. A lot of times they get dropped off and they help out, but with the parents there and the community helping out, it helps ease the the stress or the nervousness for a lot of those students that are coming out for the first time. But usually after the first or second week, they come back. They come back every single time. They're given Lorraine County Youth Brigade shirts. They're giving certificates of participation that they can use towards, future employment, for military, for college, for, court issues. I mean, anything that we can offer to give them, the certificates are a huge bonus for that too as well. And we also outreach to every single restaurant business that we can to donate food for lunch for every event that we have, usually locally. Like Campana's Pizza, who's no longer around, has been a huge sponsor of it. Several pizza places in Lorraine, Elyria, have all partaken in that. And we've had organizations come out and cook for our students too as well.
And you probably said this already, you're at 92 now, so how many did you start with, and how long did it take to get up to 92?
We started with square one, and that was 3 years ago during 2020. And again, it was born out of the classroom, and I think originally we had 6 or 7 students. And I started reaching out to their families, my students within Lorraine City Schools, as well as Amherst, where I'm a councilman there. And so I had a teacher friend reach out to a couple students that thought they would participate in that, and that it ended up growing there too as well. So our goal is to make sure that every single city within Lorraine County participates, whether it's Amherst, North Ridgeville, Elyria, Lorraine. But it's been tremendous in terms of the inquiry, as well as working with the city and county officials. So, and I appreciate this opportunity again.
That's great. Our youth need some mentoring in the community. Some of the youth need especially mentoring, which plays a very important role and getting involved in the community. I think sometimes the public perception is that folks are playing their video games or on their phones or whatever it may be. But, you know, I think the more that the youth is involved in the community and helping to improve the community, it's a very good thing. And I know when I became aware of your program and learned more about it, I was just fascinated by the whole concept, and that even that team building process of bringing everybody together, and some of the parents being engaged as well too. And I guess, you know, I just think as a school teacher, just preparing lesson plans and grading papers and prepping every day, and here you're, you know, taking the extra step to really help the youth. I think that's very admirable.
Thank you very much. It does keep them active during the summer months, and again, the goal is to be engaged all year long. So with your help, making that possible, with you know, there we go. Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions? No? Okay, Madam Clerk?
Commissioner Lenny?
Aye.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Commissioner Moore?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Number 23, approve a grant in the amount of $25,000 Lorraine County Imagination Library Community Foundation, Lorraine County, to continue to provide educational books to children in Lorraine County adversely affected by the COVID-19 pandemic and paid from the ARPA other expenses account.
So move.
Second.
Jamie?
Yes.
There you are.
Good
Okay.
morning.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Jamie Simino. I'm with Community Foundation Lorraine County, and I brought Cindy Andrews and Missy Timko with me today from the Community Foundation of Lorraine County. But who I didn't bring and who we're representing is the Lorraine County Imagination Library Coalition. And that is 40 people strong. This is our educators, our librarians, our social service agencies, really all parts of our county. And they help to bring together Lorraine County Imagination Library. Very quickly, if you're not familiar with the program, this is a program that is eligible to all children in our county from birth to age 5. Each month, enrolled children receive a free book that's age appropriate, that's mailed directly to them. And yesterday, you may have seen the paper this morning, yesterday was a big day. We are thankful for this opportunity this morning, and we're thankful that yesterday Commissioner Hung joined us with Ohio's First Lady, Fran DeWine. And we celebrated several things. We celebrated that right now we are serving more than half of our children in Lorraine County. We have 55% of our children serving. We've reached a 10,000 person milestone in terms of the amount of students we're serving right now. That doesn't include the 10,000 who have already graduated out through, who are in kindergarten. But another important piece that we talked about, and a part of what is in your packet today, is some of the work that we engaged Center for Community Solutions to work with us on. And we engaged our caregivers for this program. This program started with our United Way collaboratives and has grown to be countywide, and thanks to Mrs. DeWine is now statewide. And yesterday, Center for Community Solutions talked about how Imagination Library is really a beautiful program in its simplicity. This is a book every month, but in its ability to address what is a complex problem. She talked about that not only here in Lorraine County, but in our state and in our country, the younger you are, the more likely you are to be in poverty. And she talked about the results from this program, and we're happy to say that 50% of our families say that they're reading more after being enrolled in this program. It's substantially higher that 80% of our families who are in lower incomes, families who are making $25,000 or less, are reading more to their children after being involved in this program. 80% of those caregivers say that their child is using new words that they found in these books. And I think perhaps what is perhaps most eye-opening is a third of our families, of those lower income families, say that these Imagination Library books are essentially their entirety of their children's library. This is a program that can serve all students, all of our children from birth to age 5. This is a program that is knitted together through the help of our foundations, through our librarians, through our educators, and through, thankfully, our State House support. We are asking, and we are grateful for your consideration for book fees for the children in this program. The good news is that through the generosity of Mrs. DeWine and the General Assembly, half of our book fees are taken care of through the state. And we're looking to go past this 55%. We're looking at our next milestone of being 60%, 70%. Right now, half of the students that we're serving are from Lorraine and Elyria zip codes. North Ridgeville is the next piece. And we, in terms of sharing our message, we certainly are looking for donations, and I'll reiterate Connect to a Cause in one moment. But one of the things I want to say is share this far and wide. If there is a a grandchild, a neighbor, someone that you know, this program is very simple. It's easy to sign up for. You can go to our website, peoplewhocare.org. But really, in any of our libraries, you're going to see the materials out. You can sign up, and we hope that that happens as close to birth as possible. We have committees that work very closely with not only our schools and our preschools and our Head Starts, but also our pediatricians' offices to get the word out there quickly. This is a simple program that can help us to improve literacy and to help us reach that kindergarten readiness, which of course is one of our indicators for then reaching high school.
Yeah, my grandsons are in the program.
Fabulous.
I was fortunate enough to have lunch with the governor's office in 19, but I was really fortunate to sit next to Fran.
Yes.
And she was so passionate about this program. I said, okay, what can we do? What can we do? And this is before I was back up here.
Sure.
So she's very passionate. I'm a huge supporter of this program. So wouldn't think Dolly Parton, right? I mean, it's,
Yes, it's,
26, 27 years or something like that. She's
Right.
been-
This is an international program at this
yeah.
point.
Oh, it's amazing. Yeah.
And because of that, we have 41 separate studies that show a positive correlation between time enrolled in the program and kindergarten readiness through all sorts of geographies.
Yeah. So I'm glad you're talking numbers to get those numbers up. That's very important. So.
Questions? No, yeah, I just think reading is the key moving forward. You know, I think the sooner that children can start reading and having access to things of interest for them, and you know, I know as a youth, I probably should have read more books. I found myself reading all kinds of, you know, sports magazines and sports newspapers and all those things. But you know, I think my parents always felt like that was a good one. And then there was a special program they had about different literature that started reading early on, and I always remember the excitement. I think it was like, I don't know, once every month or every 2 months they used to give you a brochure that had all these books you could buy, and then the box would arrive in the classroom, and you know, they'd hand out their books, and that's the way I'd spend my allowance money
Sure.
buying the books. But yeah, reading is the essential part, I think, to helping someone develop and have a successful life through school and beyond.
You know, I'd say that one of the things I think it's also special about these books is that all the books come with an inside flap that has extra tips for caregivers beyond reading the book, to give them some additional recommendations on how to engage with their child.
Yeah, it was exciting to see that the First Lady was here yesterday. That was really cool, really neat.
It was.
It's twice in a week.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you for mentioning, I was going to talk about it in my commissioner's report, so I'll just talk about it now, mentioning the event yesterday. And, you know, you guys mentioned quite a bit yesterday your partnerships with United Way of Greater Lorraine County, Sacker Foundation, and Dolly Parton's Imagination Library. This financial support and these types of countywide collaborations are part of the reasons, you know, why we're here today and supporting these grant dollars and getting them out back into our community and for the kids. And, you know, as Mrs. DeWine said yesterday, these books are so much more than just pictures with words. You know, these books spark learning, imagination, curiosity, and bonding time with mom and dad. So I just think this is just such a great cause and a great use of the dollars, the ARPA dollars here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I will take the opportunity, Commissioner Hung, to also reiterate Connect to a Cause Day, because we are all about collaborations. It's on September 15th. Not only can someone donate to Lorraine County Imagination Library that day, but there are 74 nonprofit organizations, some of whom you've heard today. So www.peoplewhocare.org. Please join us on September 15th.
Right, thank you.
Thank you so much.
And thank you for the amazing impact the Community Foundation has here in Lorraine County. You're doing amazing work, changing lives and making life better for everyone. Thank you. Call the roll.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung,
Yes.
Commissioner Moore. Number 24, approve a grant in the amount of $75,000 Lorraine County Community College DBA Commodore Cover to continue to provide food pantry and essentials to the students of the college adversely affected by COVID-19 pandemic and paid from ARPA other expenses account.
So move.
Second?
Discussion.
Yes, we have Tracy Green here from Lorraine County Community College. I apologize for holding you folks up for so long, but we had a very long agenda today. I know you've got plenty of work, I'm sure, to do back at the college, and I think the college also has a certain levy issue out there, too, you're trying to educate the folks about, but we're here today to talk about the Commodore Cupboard and the amazing program you have there at the college to help the students.
Great. Thank you for having us here today. I'm joined by my colleagues, Lisa Brown, who is the executive director of our foundation, and Kiana McIntosh Farms, who is the manager of our ARC, which is our Student Advocacy Resource Center. And actually, I was really pleased to go last, only from the aspect of the inspiration that these groups provide and the collaboration that takes place in our community. So, and, hearing each of the different presentations, Lorraine County Community College partners with all of them to really wrap our arms around students and the community to best serve those needs. But what I'm here to share with you today is more very focused on the needs of students. So last week, we actually welcomed 13,000 students to our campus, pursuing certificate, associate, and bachelor's degrees. You would not know, though, that 63% of those indicate that they have food insecurity. Yep. And this actually came to light back in 2017 when now President Dr. Ballinger held a student forum that indicated that students were making the choice between food and books and providing food for their families. And so from that point on, we made a promise that no student would go hungry. And that was the birth of the Commodore Cupboard. Fast forward to 2019, just November of 2019, so just a few months before the start of a pandemic, we built upon that Commodore Cupboard and created the Student Advocacy Center. It's the resource center. You walk into the Bass Library, it is front and center, and it is to help students with any barrier that is causing them to stop out of their higher education commitment and dream. These students are pursuing all of these degree programs to pursue careers that meet employer needs in our community. 90% of our students stay, live, and work in our community, and also to create a better life for themselves and their families. So it's meeting those employer needs, but also raising the socioeconomics of our community at the same time. And that Student Advocacy Resource Center brings in partnerships from all of those that you heard present here to help students address any barrier, from utility assistance, mental health, domestic violence. But one commitment we made is we're not going to duplicate. We are going to collaborate. And so these organizations come in, and under the umbrella of the ARC is not only our Commodore Cupboard, but also things like a clothing closet to meet those needs. We like to believe that the pandemic is now over, and from a health perspective, we are in good shape. We know what to do. However, the impact of that pandemic continues on students, particularly those who have decided to move careers during that time, because some of their careers don't exist anymore, and they're coming back to our campus. The one thing that we do know is if these students hit any barrier, it is a path out of higher education. It's a path out of that solution to a higher paying career. So for the Commodore Cupboard, we are seeing actually now this year a higher increase in utilization during the 2022 year than we did in 2021. Some of that is attributed to less resources that are available, but also rising prices. So we took that a step further, and now our Commodore Cupboard is also an affiliate partner with Second Harvest. So we serve our students, but also to be able to reach deeper in the community. We do service clients coming through and referred by Second Harvest Food Bank as well. So it's both students and community, and we expanded it to not only the Elyria campus, but to our outreach centers in Lorraine, in North Ridgeville, as well as Wellington. So your grant here today is able to stock those shelves and fill those freezers, as well as provide personal items for students and their families, from diapers to shampoo and other needs, as we prepare for this academic year. The students are just getting started, they're doing well, but we know that it's a long haul for the next 2 semesters, and we want to make sure that we keep every single one of them on track for their livelihood, but also for the economics of our community when we think about the talent shortage that's out there. Can't thank you enough for your partnership in so many different ways, including the Commodore Cupboard previously. That has helped us do partnerships with Second Harvest Food Bank to do the Thanksgiving dinners. Last year, we hosted the Thanksgiving dinner on our campus with all of the drive-throughs and had a number of volunteers. We have volunteers who come in every Wednesday to help us with those deliveries. We do curbside drop-off. We employ students so that they're getting paid to do this work that can go back to help support, their educational path. And 100% of your gift, it will go through our LCCC Foundation as a direct pass-through that is restricted not only for the Commodore Cupboard, but restricted to buy the items to go on those shelves and in those freezers. And we will use our purchasing power through Second Harvest to buy through that network. But we also know that there's a struggle at Second Harvest to keep those shelves full. So if we can't get what we need to fill the pantry, we will buy local. So that goes right back into Lorraine County. Your dollars are staying here in Lorraine County in terms of purchasing, but also to support the Lorraine Countyans who are trying to better their lives. I'd be glad to answer any questions or have my colleagues answer questions as well.
I just have to say, you're amazing, Tracy. Thank you for everything you do.
Thank you. It's the passion I know we all have for this community, and I think that's one of the things that makes Lorraine County very, very special. We are a community that comes together. In fact, I have to give a plug. September 14th, we are doing a We Care Fair that Kiana is managing. The organizations you heard from today will be on our campus to work with students and potential students about the resources that are available. So we're trying to stretch every dollar out there to make sure that students and our community get what they need to get ahead.
Yeah, I just always stress to people that, if you're blessed and fortunate enough where you can go and be on a campus and afford tuition and books and room and board and really don't have to worry about working and just focusing on your studies, that's a completely different life than students at a community college. And a lot of folks may not know that a lot of the state funding is based upon graduation rates and those kind of performance measures. And, and I always said when I was in Columbus, you just can't evaluate the community colleges on the same level as, some of the other colleges because we're talking about people who are commuting, talking about people who are helping mom and dad pay the bills at home. And it just takes the slightest little thing for a community college student to jump off track, and normally it's because of some of the reasons that you stated today. So, what you're talking about and providing support is critical because a lot of these folks, as you said, are back in for retraining, changing careers, or just trying to be the first in their family to get a college degree, and they're working their way through college. But that family component is so critical that if something goes sideways with the job, with the family, medical issues, whatever it may be, they have a tendency to jump off track. So we're hoping this will help a lot, but that statistic of 64% or 63% indicating they have food insecurity is a very alarming number.
It is.
So, anything
Glad
else?
to answer any questions.
No.
Great. Thank you for your time.
patience.
Appreciate it.
Took 3 hours, but she's good.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung,
Yes.
Commissioner Moore.
Present.
Okay, under Community Development, 25, award contract for professional services between the Commissioners and Macaulay and Company LLC for consulting and strategic planning services to be paid from the professional services account.
So move.
Second.
Discussion. Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung,
Yes.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Under EMA Homeland Security, 26, approve a grant in the amount of $766,662, Lorraine County Office Emergency Management and Homeland Security for the purchase of a technical response trailer to provide a variety of emergency responses, including several options to effect rescues under challenging circumstances, paid from the ARPA capital equipment account.
So move.
Second.
Discussion.
I know that Jessica's here, our Director of Emergency Management, and I think we had a request by Chief Reese and Chief Weatherby to speak.
Yes. Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
As you know, the EMA works very closely with our specialized rescue teams, otherwise known as the technical rescue team. That does consist of the hazardous materials and technical response units that are organized and equipped to respond to incidents within Lorraine County, and they're based upon current recognized common procedures. These are including but not limited to hazardous material incidents, confined space rescue, trench collapse rescue, rope rescue, high angle, wide area search, structural collapse, swift water, and dive, just to name a few of the things that they do. I was fortunate enough, if you want to call it that, to experience or to view firsthand a confined space rescue that happened this past year in Grafton when two gentlemen fell down a grain elevator. And leading that was Tim Gates, who's here with us today to talk about that. And just watching what they do on a daily basis is absolutely amazing. So I'm going to turn over to these firefighters who put their lives at risk every single day to tell you more about this.
Thank you, Director Feder.
Thank you.
Tim Gates, Lorraine County Tech Rescue Team Leader. Thank you for considering this grant. The grant would allow us to purchase a trailer and truck to make the team move forward, be more efficient, be able to do a timely response, because everything would be in one truck and trailer to get out quickly. It is set up to hold all the equipment that we currently have, but also have room if equipment or technology changes in the future, that we have room to add on, or if an additional type of rescue is needed, we can add to the truck. The truck is also set up to assist other agencies in the county, as she mentioned, the water team, the hazmat team, but also it could help with health board, SWAT team, bomb team, because it has awnings on it to get people out of rain or the sun, the heat. It has electricity on it to charge equipment, run electronics, computers and stuff. It has lights to light up around the trailer to provide light there, but also a light tower to shine out past it to light up a scene, depending on what type of scene it is. So it is useful and asset to other agencies in the county. Mass casualty, active shooters, stuff like that. So it could be used for other things also. It's not just one agency use. So appreciate you guys considering it. And if we can move forward with this, it would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Mr. Gates, I think you misspoke on the truck and the trailer thing, because you guys have the truck on order
Yes.
already, correct? This is for the trailer, for all the equipment, getting it out to the emergency scenes and whatnot.
But also,
Goes with the truck you guys already have
yes,
on
we have
order.
purchased the truck, but the people building the trailer are also, because they're attached electronically, the camera, stuff like that, they are outfitting the truck with lights, the sirens, camera hookup, stuff so that the truck and trailer hooked up together can communicate, turn the lights on, it turns the trailer and stuff on. So it does also outfit the tractor. But we did, yes, already purchase that because we were fortunate to find a dealer willing to build a truck. With COVID stuff going on, it was hard to find somebody willing to do it this year and have to even put it on a waiting list for next year. So yes, we have started moving forward with it. We would like to finish by getting this trailer, but we need money to do it.
And I remember being on the campaign trail and hearing about this and the fundraising and the saving and everything you guys were doing over the years to replace the truck you had. So the truck is replacing which vehicle and how old is it?
I believe it's an 02 F-350, and then there's also two trailers that hold the equipment, and we've tried to split it up as best we could according to disciplines of rescues, but if one type of rescue comes in, we take one out, but there's some duplicate equipment on another trailer, so we have to pick and choose or take one out, go back, get the other one, bring it out. This allows us to have everything on there to make a more efficient, quicker response. and also assist other agencies with the setup of this trailer.
Very good. It's now afternoon. Good afternoon, Chief.
Good afternoon. I was going to say good afternoon. My name's Chief John Reese. I'm the Fire Chief in North Ridgeville. I'm also the Vice President for Lorraine County Fire Chiefs Association. With me is Chief Mike Weatherby from Wellington. He's the President of Lorraine County Fire Chiefs Association. I also serve as our representative and the chair for your Lorraine County Specialized Rescue Teams Advisory Board. Just to give you a little history, but first I want to thank all of you for your continued support with the teams. That definitely, we couldn't do it without you. Even though the cities all contribute, the county is very active in helping us maintain these teams, and the commissioners especially. Commissioner Hung, she's been to a couple of our Lorraine County Fire Chiefs meetings. Probably put her to sleep, but she's sat through the torture. I know you're a little ahead of them, so. Anyway, our predecessors for the advisory board, they were wise in putting money aside all these years. They've been putting money aside for 20 years in a truck fund. Well, their money has not grown as fast as the price of the equipment's grown, unfortunately. We did come up with the cash. It was $109,000 for the truck that he had told you about to pull this trailer. It's a Freightliner truck. It's now on order. Just to give you an idea what our problem is, and Assistant Chief Gates told you a little bit about it, our stuff is overloaded. We have tools and equipment that most people don't even know exist, and people train to use them all. Our first trailer, our original trailer, got so overloaded weight-wise that we actually added axle to it, and then finally we went and added a second trailer. Well, as you can imagine, sometimes it's like, hey, we need this. Oh, it's in that other trailer that's clear to heck over there. So that's part of the problem. We're trying to get everything into one trailer that can handle the weight of everything we're doing. The main purpose for this trailer is large-scale emergencies. I think Commissioner Lundy had mentioned earlier that we have the big venues like the river down in Lorraine, the baseball complex that we have in Avon, and then the county fair. Yeah, those are big ones for sure. So this trailer is something that we can stage at those events in case we would ever have a large-scale emergency, a mass casualty event, heaven forbid. We can use it, take the equipment out of it, use it for a shelter with the awnings and stuff on it for any immunizations that we would have to do in the future. Who knows? Hopefully we don't go through that again, but if we do, we would be prepared. Just any large-scale event that we would need this kind of equipment, personnel, or shelter for. I think that's just about it to sum it up. This trailer goes out for every training that we do. It would go to everything. We train all over the county, every different jurisdiction. It would go with us there, carrying all the equipment and tools. Just to give you an idea, this would probably, well, you heard the other truck was 20 years old. This trailer is going to be around 20, 30 years easy. So it will serve the county for a long time. It sounds, it's a high amount, it's a large amount of money, but divided over the years that it'll be in use, it probably works out. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them for you, and that's about it.
Yeah, we go back to this so many times, the supply chain issues, and I know when you guys started this is probably more a Jessica thing to address, but Tom Kelly was the former EMA director working on the pricing, and we kind of get a little bit of sticker shock now with the supply chain issues compared to the first invoice and first quote we got a couple years ago on this, or a year and a half ago on this, but like you said, it's a 30-year investment.
Mm-hmm. And prices have gone up, dramatically. Some of the things that I buy, just because they say emergency or fire department on them, have gone up 20% in 2 years. It's insane. I don't know where the pricing's coming from, but this is no different. We started this over 3 years ago. That's how long this has been going on to get to this point. So over that time, it's dramatically increased. And unfortunately, what makes this worse is
is there's one manufacturer that makes this type of trailer. So they kind of got a little bit of a monopoly going there.
That's not a bad price. I mean, it sounds like a large number, but you guys just proved you've had one for 20 years. You know, you divide that out, that's $43,000 a year cost for some equipment. That's not a bad investment. Wouldn't you agree? I mean,
Yes.
$43,000 a year. You talk about close to $1 million here, but it's really
Well, that's a great point,
Right.
because when you think about what a ladder truck costs one of the
Right.
cities over, the 20-year span they might get out of it, this is about the same, but this serves the whole county.
correct.
So, yeah.
Well, I think it's always good that we've got everybody working in partnership and having a way to respond to emergencies in the county, and important to keep everybody on the same page. But, we talk about it all the time, that I know even when I worked for the city of Elyria, trying to educate the community that, you buy a new pumper, you buy a new ladder truck, these things are outrageously expensive, even more expensive today, and any of this equipment is specialty equipment. And yeah, I'm troubled by the point too of, I think sometimes vendors out there see it's going to be for safety forces, so they know the community is going to, step up and pay the money. So I'd like to think maybe those kind of games aren't being played, but it seems like the price tag on safety equipment is always extremely high.
Yes, for sure.
Yeah, and then you guys did, I know Jessica, we were talking about this a little bit, did do your due diligence on looking for, builders, production, whatnot with it. Just again, to ask again, I know you probably told us, what's the build time on the
It's,
trailer?
we think it's over a year, but we would order right away. And I think there is a incentive for paying upfront if, that makes any difference. So,
Yeah,
It-
well, as long as legal says
Any-
we can do
anything
that.
that-
Normally, we don't do a lot of pay up front deals, but
Yeah,
Yeah.
you have to look at it.
anything to keep them from increasing the price on us
well,
any more than they have already, right?
Yeah, okay.
okay.
Yeah, in many places like that, if you purchase a piece of equipment, say, the whole purchase is 600,000, the chassis may be 85,000. You pay the chassis up front, and maybe that secures your
Right.
price, so it doesn't continue to.
Now,
to
normally, if they got a
inflate.
purchase order in hand,
Yeah.
that means we're good, so.
So you guys, have you been working with Lee, as I put her on the spot right behind you?
I have been.
You've been working with Lee? Okay, so you guys will work together on that and, okay, great. Hey, they're putting people together.
3.5 hours later, there you go, that's right.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Okay, well, again, thank you for your continued support from all of you. We appreciate it.
You bet.
Thank you.
Thanks for waiting.
Thank you.
Anything further? Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Commissioner Moore?
I
Under Sanitary Engineer, 27, enter an emergency contract with American Earth Companies North Ridgeville in the amount of $9,800 for the installation of a new three-quarter water service connection at 1701 North Ridge Road, Sheffield Township, and be paid through the Q Construction account.
So move.
Second?
Discussion. Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Commissioner Moore? Stormwater, fixed time of view and first hearing for the restoration of Fortune Ditch and Dixon Ditch, Eaton Township. Petitioned for by Joseph D. Molnar for Bob Schmidt Homes, Inc. and others. Viewing of a pre-recorded drone video will take place Monday, October 3rd at 9:30, and first hearing will be held Tuesday, November 15th at 9:30.
So move.
Second?
Discussion. Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Under Workforce, you okay? Under Workforce Development, 29, approve a grant in the amount of $13,728.20 to Lorraine County Veterans Resource Committee for various supportive services to be paid from the WEO account. Ohio Means Jobs, Lorraine County was nominated and chosen by ODJS to receive gold level performance incentive, and ODJFS encouraged participation in the program year 21 Vets Ohio Network for Employment Vets 1 incentive award that were available for quality employment, training, and placement services for veterans and other eligible persons.
So move.
Second?
Discussion. Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
30, approve a grant in the amount of $13,728.20 to veterans who care Amherst for various supportive services and will be paid from the WEA account. Ohio Means Jobs, Lorraine County was nominated and chosen by
Ohio Department of Job and Family Services to receive the gold level performance incentive. And ODJFS encouraged participation in the program year 21 Vets Ohio Network and Employment Vets 1 incentive award that were available for quality employment training and placement services for veterans and other eligible persons.
So move.
Second.
Discussion. Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung,
Yes.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
31, approve a grant in the amount of $13,728.20 to Volunteers of America Lorraine for various supportive services and will be paid from the WE account. Ohio Means Jobs Lorraine County was nominated and chosen by Ohio Department of Job and Family Services to receive gold level performance incentive. And ODJFS encouraged participation in the program year 21 Vets Ohio Network for Employment Vets 1 incentive award that were available for quality employment, training, and placement services for veterans and other eligible persons.
So move.
Second.
Discussion. Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung,
Yes.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Under the auditor, approve the retention of Rotzel
Retzel.
and Andrus to provide Lorraine County Auditor for certain legal matters regards to Nexus Pipeline.
So move.
Second.
Discussion.
Yes. I know this firm quite well. They're a very good firm, because my name's all over it. I used them for years. The attorney that worked there has moved on and I have followed him, so I am no longer a client of Retzel. Just trying to save some people from looking that stuff up. It seems that the auditor, based on our last meeting last Wednesday, is the only witness they have is somebody who is suspect and has an issue with the tax commission. Those documents were provided for the public last week. This is a waste of money. Their fees are $400, $500, and up per hour. This is gonna be nothing more than wasting more taxpayer funds on a case that cannot be won. So I'll be voting no. Thank you.
I would just indicate I'm very supportive of this. Somebody's got to stand up and speak up for the schools and the communities and hold Nexus accountable. You know, I see this as an investment. I don't know anybody who wakes up in the morning and says, I'm giving up, I've already lost. I think that when you see things that are not appropriate, certainly a reduction in value of 58%, that you have to certainly move forward and challenge that decision that's been made. It's been disappointing, the lack of, I believe, cooperation we've had from the state providing documents that we'd like to have eyes on. And I think they were, quite candidly, very disrespectful to us as another branch of government, and that we should have been able to see a lot of those materials. You know, if the state wants to think what's good for the utility company is good for the ratepayers and the taxpayers, so they're certainly entitled to their opinion. Doesn't make it right. And that's why in our country we have a legal process here where issues can be challenged and looked at. I don't like paying high-priced attorneys any more than the next guy or paying those bills, but to get to the bottom line and to have the matter drilled down on and reviewed properly, it requires that we take this action. As I said before, if these other auditors in their county can look back at their school districts and their residents and say, hey, I'm giving up, and they don't want to go to bat, that's fine, that's their decision. They're elected officials, they can explain that to the people they're accountable to. I think the auditor has made the right decision. We're going to challenge this, and we'll see how this plays out, but we are certainly not going to give up. Somebody has to, the utility companies have their high-priced lobbyists in Columbus. The residents don't have lobbyists down there working for them. That's what elected officials are supposed to do. Again, that's what elected officials are supposed to do, represent the residents, because they don't have lobbyists. You're supposed to be the voice for them. And it's not acceptable when our schools and our communities are losing money because a company basically came in and said they were going to do things and they're not doing it. They need to be held accountable. It requires an investment, and we're going to follow the legal process that's part of this great country and see what the courts have to say.
Let's already went through the process, the
Moving
values.
turn?
Oh, I didn't know you were,
Moving turn?
Sure.
Go ahead.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll just reiterate what I said when we had the meeting last week. Auditor Snodgrass is an elected official. If he is coming to the board and wanting to spend dollars out of his budget to retain, who we retained last week for the appraisal. And he's now asking for legal counsel and the Board of Commissioners for help on this, to take a look at this. I'm certainly not going to deny another elected official legal representation. I don't think that is for this board to have such an overreach on. If this is what he says he needs and he's an elected official, then I'm supporting him on that.
No, I agree. The auditor did not need to come to our meeting last week. He could have done this on his own, as I've talked to Mr. Petticord in regards to that. We really didn't need to vote on a resolution on whether or not for him to appeal. He didn't need our authority, correct? That's why you explained it to me.
The auditor is an independent elected official.
Correct.
The decision that he'll make based on his statutory responsibilities as to whether to file an appeal from the settlement either between the tax commissioner and Nexus Pipelines.
Right.
Because this board operates as the funding source or funding authority, budgetary authority for the county, the auditor wanted or felt it prudent, appropriate to let this board know that he intended to hire a consultant to look at the appraisals that we have not seen yet.
Correct.
As far as today, the statutory scheme requires in a situation like this that this board approve the hiring of additional counsel when my office certifies that it's necessary, either for a conflict like in the earlier situation, the one we'll see in a few minutes, or because it's specialized legal counsel for a particular matter. So this vote is necessary of this board. Last week, I don't know that it was necessary, but I think Craig found it helpful.
Correct. Okay, the numbers that was discussed at the tax commission was 1.2 billion. So they came down 22%. Nexus came up 54%, and they settled. So what's going to happen next is this continues, which I didn't think it would based on some of the information that was received after our meeting. There still is a small window till September 6th for the auditor to not appeal, in which we've been informed that Nexus will then drop their appeal. And I think that's probably I'm hoping that's the discussions for the next 6 to 7 days. We don't know, but I'm hoping that's what's going to happen. And we don't have to worry about spending any money for attorneys who seem to be getting very wealthy off us. The issue at hand is not what was promised, because there was no promises. There was studies that were done with assumptions on cost of building a pipeline. At issue now is, what's the market value? Is it 1.2 billion? Is it 615 million? They settled it at 950 million. In the meantime, tens of millions of dollars are being put in escrow. This company has a history of winning. Our auditor does not. I referenced Green Circle Growers, in which we've made a deal to refund their money back. The schools are the ones that are suffering, and this is why I will be voting no.
I think it's important to point out and acknowledge that this won't be the last pipeline company that comes through the county. I think it's important for the next company that comes in, the next pipeline company, to know that, hey, those folks in Lorraine County are not a pushover. And we've got to make everybody aware that they're going to be held accountable, but there will be other pipeline companies coming through here. And so I'm all about being fair and reasonable. I don't believe they're being fair and reasonable at all, and I believe we have a responsibility to protect the ratepayers and the taxpayers of the county, our school districts, and make sure that somebody actually stands up and fights for them. Any other discussion? Seeing none, would you call the roll, please? Yeah, you got a gavel or what?
What's going on over there?
Okay, oh, you fell asleep. Okay, great.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung.
Yes.
Commissioner Moore.
No.
Under Children's Services, 33, authorize and rescind various personnel to utilize the agency's MasterCard for the year 22, not to exceed 2,500 in accordance with the Ohio Revised Code and their permissible policy.
So move.
Second?
Discussion. Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung.
Yes.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Clerk of Courts, number 34, approve the retention of Rotzel and Andrus to provide Lorraine County Clerk of Courts for certain legal matters regards to a dispute over procurement of a new case management system with Lorraine County Court of Common Pleas, General and Domestic Relations Division.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion.
Yes, I see. Judge, did you have an interest in speaking on item number 34 today?
Thank you for your patience.
Yeah, thank you. I know you got a busy court docket, and we got you camped out here half the day.
I'll share that apology for taking my time to get up to the podium.
It's okay.
I thought if I got too winded, Deputy, I needed some water just to be on the safe side. I appreciate the opportunity. In case those of you who don't know me, I'm Mark Betleski. I am the presiding judge in the Lorraine County Court of Common Pleas, the senior judge of the Lorraine County Court of Common Pleas. I'm here on behalf of both the Juvenile and Domestic Relations Division of the Court of Common Pleas and the General Division of the Lorraine County Court of Common Pleas with regard to this issue. As I understand it, the issue that's been presented by Clerk Orlando is that there's a dispute going on between the courts and the clerks, and that as a result, that's going to necessitate seeking outside counsel to provide an unbiased or unconflicted opinion with regard to that issue. I will tell you that from the court's perspective, we do not believe that there is a dispute presently at place between the clerk's office and the courts. We believe that it is premature for the clerk to come to the commissioners at this point in time for the seeking. Initially, I think we had understood it was to be not only a procurement or the retention of counsel, but also reimbursement of fees that might end up being paid by the clerks with regard to this. And I think that was our initial biggest concern, was we didn't see the necessity of expending taxpayer monies with regard to an issue that the courts do not believe is a dispute that necessitates outside counsel's involvement. But in light of the fact that the agenda item merely identifies the issue of procurement or retention of counsel, Retzel and Andrus, we still think it is premature. The main reasons in that regard are that, number one, the clerk's office has not entered into a contract with some outside agency, and the courts have not entered into a contract with some outside agency. The Board of Commissioners is the organization that has contracted with the outside agency. And so, ultimately, if there is dissatisfaction, whether by the clerk's office or the courts, with regard to the performance of that contract, we would address those concerns to the commissioners, and the commissioners in turn would make a determination: do we have an issue of breach of contract or a failure to perform the contract or not? And under those circumstances, the commissioners would then have to decide, do we wish to recoup the funds that we've paid to date? I think the county's paid somewhere in the extent of a little bit larger than $600,000 for the services performed. I think, I can't say specifically the number, that's about 90-some% of the total contract amount. So there is certainly a legitimate concern for the commissioners that if this company does not perform as required in the contract, that there might be a necessity to recoup those funds. Under those circumstances, assuming that the clerk's office, the courts, and the commissioners are on the same page, the county prosecutor is the one providing the legal guidance in that regard and can assist you folks in making a determination as to how to proceed. Now, I think also the other aspect, the way I sort of saw this comparison is that quite often when you decide whether you're going to enter in a contract, and we've seen 28 or so agenda items where the three of you have to decide whether we are going to expend those funds. People come before the commissioners to make their arguments as to how the commissioners should decide. And then ultimately, you are the folks who decide how you're going to proceed with regard to this particular matter. And the fact that I may come to some disagreement as a judge in the general division with a judge in the domestic relations or juvenile court or Judge Walther in the probate court, that can be considered by you in making a determination and ultimately come to a conclusion. to suggest that under those circumstances, we should start retaining outside counsel so that my argument can be better before you, or this other party's argument can be better for you, seems to be a significant alteration from the normal business practices of this organization, but also could generate a significant loss of taxpayer money, merely because we need somebody else to advise us as to how to proceed in front of the commissioners. The other aspect and the concern, now once again, I see that this is merely an issue of retention and not necessarily a satisfaction of fee bills. But one of the issues that we confront with regard to this is the clerk's office is essentially our administrative agency. They are obviously a separate elected official. I noticed that Commissioner Hung had particular concern about that when addressing Auditor Snodgrass's request. And I think that is a fair and appropriate consideration with regard to that, because every elected official should have the ability to be able to a certain extent, as appropriate under state statute, to run their office the way it needs to be run. But by and large, the clerk's office is an administrative agency for the courts itself. They are the ones that make sure that all the documents that are filed in the court are properly retained. And while a significant, some additional responsibilities are there applicable to the clerks, essentially there are court administration. And so when I think of the concept that we're dealing with here, if the court says we should do it this way and the clerk disagrees, it may be similar to a situation where the county commissioners have decided a certain action, and their county administrator, Mr. White, decides he disagrees with regard to their ultimate determination. And that could clearly happen because you folks have additional decisions and duties and responsibilities to the voters, to your position, that the administrator may not have to address. Now, does that mean that you can't work together thereafter? No. But the concern I see, the court sees with regard to this, is it's the suggestion that if I disagree with the people who are making my decision, I should go to them and get them to hire me an attorney to represent me in my dispute with you. And ultimately, you're going to be making a decision as to whether the contract has been fulfilled and whether there's some retribution necessary for the county if it's not fulfilled. And we may have a disagreement. Mr. Orlando's office and the courts may have a disagreement. You'll make that determination. But we certainly don't expect you folks to give us the opportunity and the finances to be able to argue with you when it's within your province to make that decision. And so we were quite honestly surprised that Mr. Orlando was seeking the retention of outside counsel, number one, because we don't think that the dispute has risen to that level. And number two, we are concerned that it's creating a potential cost for the county when the county is the one who has to make the decision as to how to proceed, and that's you three people. I'll answer any questions you may have.
Yes, just for the sake of educating the public, normally when there is an issue like this, doesn't the Supreme Court have a fund that's available for judges when they do need counsel, when there's legal matters?
We do, and as always, the first contact is made, and this is what the issue is, and then the response is, okay, now we have to then determine whether that's within the coverage availability to the courts. And I know that that's an issue that the Domestic Relations Juvenile Court divisions are already addressing with legal counsel, and so they're making that determination. So that's available to us under those circumstances. And I certainly don't want to, because, whenever there's a dispute between elected officials, it creates a difficult position for the county prosecutor's office. And I could see this being a thorny process in the not too distant future, depending on the performance of the company, Pioneer, in being able to provide us with the case management system that they've been promising us, since 2019.
I mean, we had 4 days in the year of 2021 where we were supposed to go live. July, August, October, November. We are now just about into September of 22. We have no go live dates in 2022. But the fact of the matter is, once again, as I see it, and I don't wish to step on the toes of the prosecutor again, but their responsibility with regard to this is to the contracting party, and that would be the county commissioners. And just because we have a dispute doesn't necessarily mean that that's a dispute that creates the conflict. If they take that position, I suppose we all have to respond to it, and the courts do have some advantage in that regard, but we have no desire to create a conflict before the commissioners come to their final conclusion as to how they want to proceed.
If you want me to respond,
Well, yeah, I mean, on behalf of the prosecutor's office, if you want to indicate why you made the decision you made.
Sure. The simple answer, Judge, is if you're saying today that you believe the decision as to what case management system applies to the Court of Common Pleas docket or the juvenile docket or the domestic relations docket is this board's decision and not the court's decision, then perhaps we don't have a conflict. But to my knowledge, that's not the position of any of the parties here today. And I don't want to get too much into that because we're going to start getting into legal issues. But my conflict has a lot more to do with the ability of an entity, an elected officials, to determine what is the appropriate case management system and what that looks like.
And if you could address your comments through the chair.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Both sides.
Okay, yeah. Sorry.
Thank
so
you.
the reason, so okay.
Matt's feeling left out.
The
I
reason
just
for
don't
the
like
conflict-
direct banner.
One of the issues for the conflict that our office has is because while the county commissioners did in fact sign this contract, you all know my opinion on that act, right? I won't talk to our speaker here, but I bet he can guess what my opinion on that act was as well. The issue comes down to what entity ultimately can determine how and by what system the docket of the court is managed. Because I agreed with the clerk and the courts that I would attend a meeting and see if there was a path forward. It appeared very clear, as we discussed before, that those parties were not in full agreement, and that put me in a bad position since I represent both sides, and we therefore determined that there was a conflict. That's basically the purpose, is who controls the process. A more specific point here is I read the statute, once we have said that there's a conflict, the clerk and the courts are both entitled to legal representation. If I can't provide it, I'm not sure that this board has discretion. I think that the statute says the board shall do this if the county prosecutor does that, and everybody's entitled to representation. It is, I agree with the judge 100%. These types of situations are very difficult from this seat because there's so many different moving parts. But that's why. That's why the system's the way it's set up. And from here, when the court passes, or when the board assumingly passes a resolution, then it will go to the administrative judge, who will file an application and formally certify that we're in conflict. The administrative judge will sign off on that, and then off we go into the statute satisfied. So,
Judge, additional thoughts?
I don't, and I have no difficulty with Mr. Petticord's response in that regard, and appreciate that he first gave it to me and then gave it to you. You know, I just assumed that was alphabetical and Betlesky came first. I would say this, and his first initial comment in that regard is, I was there at the beginning with regard to this, and at that time I was the administrative judge. When we first tried to work cooperatively amongst all the various entities in that building to work on a case management system and that would be beneficial to all. Once we got to the more technical issues, we moved to Judge Moraldi became more involved in our division in that regard. But ultimately, the decision was that we were going to make our proposal to the commissioners, and the commissioners were going to take action in that regard. And so I don't disagree with the position that, yeah, there is a difference of opinion right now between the clerk's office and the general division and the juvenile and domestic relations division as to where we will end up. Ultimately, though, the court still believes that in light of the fact that the commissioners are the contracting party with regard to this, any dispute that arises because of either their satisfaction or lack of satisfaction of their contractual responsibilities ultimately falls into the lap, regrettably, of the commissioners. And so we've always been of the belief that a unified approach works best. And so that I think our position was essentially that we'd like to be on the same page, but if we can't be on the same page, certainly we're at a point in the process where the courts have made it clear to this company, Pioneer, what our expectations are. They have a time period within which to respond in order to cure what we believe to be failures of them to perform the contract. They have, I think it's until late October to be able, October 15th to the 20th, something like that, to resolve that issue.
45 days to cure,
45 days.
right?
Right, exactly, 45
Yeah,
business
my
days to
opinion
cure,
is
right
same as
on.
yours, it's like, why are we doing this today?
And that's really our concern in that regard, because once they start getting outside counsel, then you start getting outside opinions that might have a chance of pulling you into a direction that ends up not working cooperatively amongst the members of the courthouse. And so that's where we're at.
It's always been my hope, Judge, that, the parties involved can talk things through. And I can tell you, sitting in this chair, it always puts us in a difficult position. Whether it's the issue of constables and commissions, or whether it's this issue with the judges and the clerk. I always try to encourage all the parties to, stay at the table, keep the conversation going, even if you got to take a breather every once in a while, come back to the table and talk it through. I never like when we have to use outside counsel, but I think, as was stated by Mr. Petticourt, when we're told that the prosecutor's office is conflicted, and I then think it's our responsibility to at least provide that legal counsel. I understand your argument. It's funny, I was sitting here thinking, he's also a good attorney in addition to being a good judge, so he's making a good argument here. But that's a position we always find ourselves in, so I don't want anybody to think, based on a vote, that anybody's choosing sides here. Nobody's choosing sides. I just feel like, it's our responsibility to provide that, and it's been difficult to provide legal counsel to elected officials when there's been disputes like this, because, as I said before, I don't think we should be having to cross that bridge, but the reality is that's where we're at right now, and I don't like spending the money either, but sometimes that's the only way you can get an answer to the question, and we'll find out. As far as the vendor, I haven't exactly received great reports on the vendor, but we've given them, the 45-day cure period, see what they come back with.
Yeah, there's the contract that was signed in 2019, 2018.
I believe.
As the judge probably knows, I'm familiar with the language used in the cure letter that was drafted. That's a statutory provision. It's normal. I think I've talked to at least one of you. You put everything in that cure letter because you want to make sure everything's there. I have maybe a slightly different perspective because I'm still a practicing lawyer. I think everybody should have legal counsel, and I think it's easier.
Of course.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I think the
There you go.
text,
Hey.
yeah.
And the attorneys in the back of the room are
We have
applauding.
more lawyers, and that's the problem.
It's tough, it's I
Can't
think
trust everybody from the back row,
yeah.
only on that side.
But I don't think everybody should have legal counsel, but they should all listen to me at the end of the day. So it's a tough position. But yeah, at the end of the day, it's just a quirk of the fact that our office represents so many different people. And the way that this happened, I've expressed to both the court and the clerk that I think there has to be a path forward here, because all parties have got to be pulling in the same boat, in the same direction to get the right result. But hopefully they'll find it. And hopefully I think everybody's of goodwill and of good faith, and it'll get done that way. But I think that everybody should have a lawyer.
That's your
That's it.
dissertation?
I can't, you know.
Everyone
it's
should
tough.
have an attorney
Well,
by
it's
Dan
tough.
Petticoat.
It is tough. It's tough for the clerk when he's not a lawyer to talk to the judges about the terms of the contract. It's just tough.
No, I get it,
I
but,
think that's where things.
but my concern is we just did a 45-day notice of cure, and now we're lowering up, we're all getting lawyers. It's gonna cost the taxpayers money. I mean, and it sounds like we shouldn't have signed this agreement in the first place, which we've discussed, right?
I have my opinion about that.
There we go,
Probably
okay,
privileged,
I'm sure.
Probably shouldn't talk about it.
And we've talked about, I've talked about this for years and how certain positions, like, the clerk of courts is more of an administrative position, not a policy-making position. And, I just don't think the taxpayers should be paying for lawyers yet. I think we should wait till the moment when they can have more time to discuss. And then they can, if they don't do that, I think it's gonna come right back to us again, that they did not cure what was written in that letter.
Well,
Which I think we all know is probably not gonna happen.
yeah, when those agreements were entered into, obviously they were entered into based upon the recommendation, advice, and guidance of legal counsel at the time. This is a classic example. If you get two
Right.
attorneys in the room, you get 3 or 5 opinions, whatever.
We've got
But,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 attorneys at least right now. in the
yeah,
room, so
yeah, we'll get 6
we can
different
talk this
opinions.
for- we'll talk for-
Okay.
I can tell you which opinion counts over there.
Oh, yeah.
But,
Yes,
unless I'm aiming wrong, I might be aiming wrong, I might be turned around, I think I'm turned around, so, yeah. I don't know that there's something for me to address with regard to those comments. I am pleasantly pleased that Mr. Moore and I seem to be, at least at this point in time, on the same page. I would say ultimately, and I appreciate the prosecutor's dilemma, because there's maybe more digging of heels in than I think is necessary at this stage. We've sent a letter to insist upon the cure. I know that the clerks, Mr. Orlando, disagreed with some aspects of that, but ultimately I think he, as his people, and I do not want to discount the efforts of people in his office like Ms. Liu and Ms. Lenz. They have put forth incredible yeoman service on behalf of this county to make this work. But they've been frustrated by it as well. And maybe our frustration level got there a little bit sooner than his, but ultimately, it's always been our hope that we would all come to the same conclusion depending on their response to this correspondence. And the prosecutor's office assisted us in putting together to make sure that we dotted our I's and crossed our T's. And I think that the obtaining of counsel is premature in light of the fact that none of us are satisfied with the progress, and none of us are satisfied that there were 4 go-live dates, the last of which was in November of '21, and it's September.
Yeah, I view this similar to, the issue with the sheriff and the prosecutor's office. I mean, attorneys have been retained, and those attorneys are talking to each other to talk through the issue, and it's not in court. They're actually having conversations, so sometimes I think maybe it's even helpful as a facilitator role for the legal counsel to be talking to each other and, and talk it through, but that's the way I view this.
Well, my thing is, this is more of a contract dispute than it is more of a policy dispute between the two.
It's not, though, and that's the problem. And
Well, it's many things,
It's many things,
Yeah.
and that's where, honestly, I don't want to get too deep into this because then we're starting talking about privilege stuff. I think the judge makes a really good point about making sure that we understand that just because counsel is retained doesn't mean
Right.
that everything moves to a war footing, right?
Right.
I think that Commissioner Lundy, I think had made an earlier point. I mean, the court also has access to outside counsel through the program with Supreme Court, and obviously you triggered that and some other relations. So some of that's happening in the background now. But I'd like to keep it that way, and I'd like to make sure we understand that this action does not necessarily mean that everybody's given up on everything and everybody wants to move to a fight. And I think that's the message that needs to happen.
Well, there was something huge that just happened, though. the judge and I agree on something. And I think that was the headline tomorrow, all right?
It's been a long.
Well, no, it was 21 years ago, we were on opposite sides.
Yeah, it took 24 years of me on the bench. I thought it was about time.
Okay. Okay.
Well,
Send me to your next
for
fundraiser.
what
Wait,
it's
you're
worth,
retiring.
I think you can also say comfortably and confidently that you're in agreement with 9 judges in that building as well. So it's more than just me.
Okay. Well, I've talked to both. I've talked to the clerk of courts and Judge Janik, so I just appreciate it. So.
And we appreciate
Sorry
the
you
opportunity to be
waited.
heard.
I'm sorry you waited so long.
No, it was good to see some good organizations doing well on behalf of this county as well, and that's important. You guys see a lot more good sometimes than we do over there, so that's always a good, refreshing pause. Thank you for your time.
Thanks for coming in.
Any other questions I'll answer, but
Well, I just wanted to thank you, Judge Podleski, for coming by and making the argument. And we've had a few conversations over the past year and a half, and I always have enjoyed our conversations. And I hate to say it, but I agree with Mr. Petticord. And I think, looking at this issue, and Commissioner Lundy mentioned the issue with the constables, I think this is one that could be solved rather quickly and not go into a large expense, and amicably and quickly.
and
I have faith.
I do as well, and I think we do as a group. And Commissioner Lundy made the comment about working with the courts, and I can tell you that I think it was about the time that he took over that I was the administrative judge. And that was the last time there was a significant dispute between the commissioners and the courts that got to the courts. And I remember a meeting with him and other county representatives and representatives of our office, and we moved forward. And I think that was a dispute with regard to the probation department and the 5th floor and all of those things that sometimes still seem to linger around. And I truly believe that we've had a very good relationship with the commissioners, really since that time period. And we're not intending on changing that because I think it works effectively for all of us.
Yeah, I think we all learned from that experience. We don't want to do that again. We've sent some attorneys' kids to Ivy League schools, I think, with some of those bills. But anyhow, I'm glad that that's in our past and rearview mirror, and we've always enjoyed working with you. But as I said, I hope you see that, in my vote today, that I'm not indicating, hey, roll into court and let's have a big legal fight. I view it as hopefully it'll take the same path as what's been addressed with the sheriff's office and the prosecutor's office, that, let's facilitate some discussions here and work this out.
We will follow your lead in that regard, but I want you to know that it is a great day when, after 23-plus years, the 4 of us are on the same page.
We are. Just you and me.
Well, I don't know. At least I have their hearts. Maybe not their votes,
there
but
you
at
go.
least I have their hearts, I think. So, thank you again.
And tell the staff we said hello. They're always so nice and so friendly when you have stuff or we have resolutions coming up and working together and getting them on the agenda. So everybody's so nice and friendly over there. Tell them we said hello.
And I'm sorry, you made the invite, Commissioner Hung, and I'm sorry that I have to respond, but maybe that's the lawyer in me. One of my notes that I had, I've kept it because I didn't think it was relevant to the consideration we're having now. But when the discussion is we're having a dispute between the clerk and the judges, I disagree with that from this standpoint only. When we decided to obtain this company to do the new case management system, it was a group of a large number of employees working on that effort, and their recommendations were made after a significant vote. And the county common police court and juvenile court have always had employee teams working on the implementation of the contract. And I have the names of 7 or 8 of our employees who work for all the judges except for me, who have been significantly involved over the past year and a half. And I will tell you that ultimately it was those people coming to us and saying, it's not working, and us responding to that.
And so when you talk about the employees, I could give you the list, but I'll hold it because it's been a long day for you folks already. But each of the judges have at least one representative who is working on this committee. Each of those individuals were probably the most, if this is a word, technologically astute to be able to respond to it. And each of them came to a frustration level that ultimately led the judges to act. And here we are. So, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Judge.
Any other comments, questions? Madam Clerk?
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung,
Yes.
Commissioner Moore.
No.
Under Domestic Relations, 35, approve a grant agreement in the amount of $57,696.20 from the Supreme Court of Ohio 22 Court Improvement Program Technology Grant awarded to Domestic Relations effective retroactive to August 11, 22 through September 30, 22 for the purchase of approved computer hardware and software.
So move.
Second.
Discussion. Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung,
Yes.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Under the engineer, 36, amend resolution 22-197 adopted March 15, 22, entering an agreement with Geosci Inc. for the Mallard's Edge subdivision, Eden Township. Amendment is to reflect an increase of $4,977.55 for a total contract amount of $29,977.55 for ongoing professional engineering, inspection, and materials testing services, which will be paid from the MVGT account and reimbursed by the subdivider.
So move.
Second.
Discussion. Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung,
Yes.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
37, authorized engineer to enter an LPA federal local let program, project agreement with Ohio Department of Transportation for the bridge deck replacement in North Ridge Road Bridge number 0349 in Brownhelm Township in the city of Vermillion.
So move.
Second.
Discussion. Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung,
Yes.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
38, enter an emergency contract with Cuyahoga Fence LLC, Cleveland, in the amount of $12,120 for the supply and installation of 8 new inlet mounted posts, acres, and associated guardrail on all 4 corners of the Smith Road Bridge in Medina and Lorraine counties, and will be paid from the Engineer Bridge Project account.
So move.
Second.
Discussion. Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung,
Yes.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
39, authorized engineer to prepare, sign, and submit funding applications to OPWC District 9 Integrating Committee, 1 Chestnut Ridge Road, Bridge number 0531 replacement. Estimated cost is $338,145. OPWC requested funding is $250,227. Local funding will be made available for the MVG account engineering projects. 2 Middle Ridge Road resurfacing and safety improvements. Estimated project cost is $1,884,764. OPWC funding request is $376,953. County Engineers Association funding is $1,507,811. No local funding request on this. 3 Capel Road Bridge 0609 replacement. Estimated project cost $239,670. OPD funding request is $177,356. The local funding will be made from the MVGT Engineer Project account. 3 Baumhart Road resurfacing, estimated project cost $1,851,920. OPWC funding request $266,763. NOACA funding is $1,481,536 with no local funding required. And 4 Hughes Road Bridge 0255 replacement, estimated cost $360,490. OPWC funding request $266,763. Local funding is from the MVGT Engineer Project account.
So move.
Second.
Discussion. Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung,
Yes.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Now reached the public comment section. Mr. Gergley, you've been very patient. Sorry, sir.
It's all right.
You'll never get that time back. Apologize for that.
Learned a lot.
Yeah, okay.
I'm self-employed, and it's nice to see, what the county's doing. I would have never really known that. So I
Wow.
don't have time to visit this.
No.
But my name's Mike Gergley. My wife and I own Gergley's Maintenance King in Lorraine. Started by my mother and father, and we currently have over 50 people.
employed. We're a cleaning company as well as a supply company. I'm here today because of the challenge doing business with the county. I've expressed my concern to Mr. Moore previously. I've left, I think, Ms. Hung a voicemail about, this was a while ago, about doing business with the county. And it seems the county, and if you're aware now, would rather purchase out of the county. Actually, the current company that you're buying from is not even in the state of Ohio. Their corporate offices are in New Jersey, I believe. Yes. In fact, they just got bought out again by a capitalist group. It was Nichols Paper. Actually went from Dawn to Nichols. Excuse me, Nichols bought Dawn, Imperial Dade bought Nichols, and now Advent International acquires a majority stock in Imperial Dade. So our tax dollars, it's nice to hear about all the tax dollars here that are getting put back into the county, but I don't see the tax dollars coming back to me. Okay, you guys are taking the supplies and shipping it out of Ohio, out of the county and out of Ohio. And I think that's wrong. I was born and raised here. My business is on Broadway. We've been on Broadway since 1985. And it's a challenge. It's a challenge doing business with the county. I just get roadblock after roadblock. And it's all seemed to be stuck on a certain brand. Kimberly Clark, I am not able to get these types of brands. I can get them, I'm paying a higher dollar amount. I have comparable brands, but it's a roadblock. I looked at the bid. When I looked at the bid, I'm $6 cheaper when you combine all the paper products together. But yet they still go ahead and buy. Why? Are you aware that the stuff is going out of the county? Ms. Hung, you aware?
Yeah, it's not a debatable portion of the program, sir. We can certainly, check in your questions and concerns. And obviously, you just stated you didn't call my office, so I haven't had.
No, I called 2 out of 3.
Well, okay. Well, I certainly would have looked into it if I got the call. So
Back when his parents were here, though, I remember 20 years ago when I was here, you were on there all the time.
I'm on the bid. You guys.
I'm talking about 20 years ago.
Yeah.
Remember?
Yeah, and it just and the local family businesses are going by the wayside. Okay, everything is getting gobbled up by corporates, and 10, 15 years, there's not going to be very many. You're really not going to have a choice to where you buy from, because that's where it's coming down the pipe.
But you're saying you're getting roadblocks from the commissioner or from this county.
Yes.
Where is that happening?
You want me to put names?
Would our facilities department be in charge of that?
I would think
Or
maintenance
purchasing?
and facilities, purchasing, we
it's-
don't necessarily track every single.
Karen Perkins, Karen Davis, whatever you want to call them. I know her name changed.
Karen Perkins.
But I do some business, but it's always a brand name issue. And she tried it, and she said she got complaints about it, but in the paper market, everything comes from pretty much a couple major manufacturers, and the company that I gets product from Kimberly Clark. So they're all getting the same parent role, just that the company that I get it from, Nittany Paper, is taking it and converting it, taking the same spool and making their own and putting their name on it. It's all basically the same product, but yet I'm cheaper, and I just get these roadblocks all the time. I'm tired of seeing the tax dollars go out of the county.
Well, I think, just to be very clear, I think there's a strong agreement with all three of us here on the board that the focus has been on spending dollars locally and investing locally with businesses. You're telling me about a situation where it's not happening, and the first I'm hearing about it. Mm-hmm. So we will definitely look into the matter and find out why that's occurring. I know that all of us feel strongly that we feel like in the role of government, we need to spend our dollars, first in Lorraine County and then probably in the region in Ohio before anything goes out of state to support as many small businesses as we can. I think that's very important, and I think we have a pretty strong track record about that. We've had discussions here where we've had departments that have wanted to easily purchase things on Amazon all the time. And it's like, I'm sorry, Amazon doesn't cut it for me. You can probably find it, local business in the community, that's where it needs to be.
Correct.
We always encourage department heads to go out and, if you get a price on something from somebody, pick up the phone, call a couple folks, say, hey, can you match this? Is this something you can work with? Anything we can do to support local businesses. So I'm not happy to hear this is happening to
There's
you.
no
and-
working relationship. There's none. There's none. Don't hear from them, nothing.
Okay. Yeah. Obviously, we've got some homework to do.
You'll hear now.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming in.
Yeah.
Pardon?
You'll hear now.
Yeah, we got all your contact
Oh, I'm sure I
information,
will.
Oh,
So
yeah.
we'll be
Oh,
back
yeah.
in touch with you. Definitely.
Did you want my card?
Yes.
Yeah, thanks for bringing this to our attention, for sure.
Thank you.
Oh, just one.
Do you have a few, Mr. Gerke?
Oh, I do. Well, yeah.
Do you want to give me a couple more?
Yeah. All they got.
It's okay. Then we want to leave one out,
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
And thanks for waiting.
Yeah, thank you for your patience. I know the county administrator is not here today. Wow, Mr. Petticourt.
Yeah, no report, but there is a matter of the potential purchase or sale of public property we can discuss in executive session, should the board decide to go into executive session. I also have a couple pieces of, one piece of current litigation, one piece of potential litigation to update the board on if the board goes into executive session, in addition to the reasons stated by the clerk earlier in the meeting.
Okay, very good. Process of changing tapes. There we go.
the fourth tape.
The fourth tape. Oh, my. And she's got to transcribe this, folks, so her fingers will be dropping off, I think.
I'm sorry, Dan. Current litigation, did you say potential?
Current
or
and
pending?
potential litigation.
Okay, that's what I thought. Thank you.
In addition to the reasons set forth by the clerk earlier in the meeting.
Thank you.
We're going to move to Commissioner's report. Commissioner Moore.
Yeah, I'd like to thank my assistant Amy, who was pretty diligent at being at the county fair all week, and a lot of people in the county came up and had issues, and she actually was resolving issues for all of our constituents, so I'm proud of her. She did a good job this week. Walking around the fair, I was getting a lot of positive feedback. Everybody was very extremely happy about our meeting in regards to the 1.5 million for the fair board. So that was kind of nice to hear. It was, I think, a very successful fair. I got out there on Monday when it was raining, so you do have to hit one day of rain when you're at the fair. So I must say that I am excited that we had a 4-hour meeting today, and hopefully our executive session won't be 8. So usually our executive sessions, usually our meetings are a half hour and then 3 hours. So I'm hoping we can shoot for the opposite today and have a half-hour executive session. There you go. That's my report. So
Okay.
I don't think it's going to happen based on what people showing up in the back.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Hung?
Based on that director of the, Jim Miller is back there shaking his head, and we all know that Jim is a very conversative type fella.
That's a nice way to say it.
Like, that's code for, you like to talk, Jim.
Universal.
I might use that.
Right.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President, for the time. I had the opportunity to attend the Lorraine Community Senior Center's second annual Bob Jackson Classic Car Show on Sunday, and earlier in the meeting, we had JR and Nancy here, and just wanted to thank them and all of the volunteers that made the show a success, and it was a really nice afternoon for viewing some cool classic cars. And another item I had was an item we talked about today. The overdose epidemic has taken a large toll on our nation and residents of Lorraine County. Lorraine County Coroner Dr. Frank Miller said there were 142 drug-related deaths in 2021, but when Todd Stuber was here earlier, he said 143. So we're going to have to duke that one out on the numbers. August 31st marks Overdose Awareness Day, in which we reflect and remember those families who have lost loved ones. Today I'm supporting the lighting up of the old courthouse. Purple in observance of National Overdose Awareness Day. I too had the opportunity to get out to the Lorraine County Fair last week, and I would like to thank Fair Board President Rick Turnus, along with the executive board members and the 21 elected directors, for all the hard work they do putting on the fair for the residents. The Fair Board also had their representation elections on Monday of Fair Week, and I'd like to extend congratulations to Donald Crawford, Kim Myers, Chris Jordan, Ronald Pickworth, John Powinski, Kelly Squire, Brian Twinning, and Stephen Neff on their elections on Monday. And lastly, I would like to thank our sheriff's office, deputies, auxiliary deputies, and corrections officers that were out assisting our residents at the fair last week. Their presence was felt throughout Fair Week. I saw many of our deputies assisting fairgoers, talking to the children, and representing and protecting Lorraine County residents proudly. And just a quick shout out in my scribble here to Wellington Fire, Southern Lorraine Ambulance District, and a thank you to them and all the fire and EMS personnel that assisted from other agencies throughout the county. Thank you, and that concludes my report.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'll try to be very brief today. Want to thank everyone who put together, it was a health department, put together the chalk walk that took place in downtown Elyria. It was great seeing the youth and other members of the community do chalk walk, chalk art on the sidewalks there to talk about, sadly, the ongoing issue we have battling with addiction in the county. To call awareness and attention to that. Many folks involved in that had lost loved ones and family members, but it was a very nice event. Saw the mayor over there with his family checking it out. So we're just blessed to have a great downtown square like we've got here in Elyria for all kinds of great events. Want to thank El Centro for hosting the Ukrainian Resource Fair. The families that have moved here or been relocated here from their homeland had the opportunity to go through all types of resources, medical, clothing, housing, all kinds of programming, and El Centro was great to host that. Had the opportunity yesterday to attend Lorraine County Community College. They're kicking off with their ballot initiative that will be coming before the voters, and we'll be hearing plenty about that. And I think we all know the important role the community college plays in our community, and it's so important to note that it's successful because it's self-funded by the community, and so it plays a very important role with workforce development and, quite candidly, changing a lot of lives in this county. Want to commend our drug task force for being out there and being very involved in the community to make sure that we get the drug dealers off the street, get these drug dealers away from our loved ones, and stop turning our neighborhoods and our families upside down. The Drug Task Force recently had a big arrest in the county on Friday, 8/26, confiscating a large amount of drugs with a conservative street value of about $300,000 and making many arrests associated with that. So thank you to the Drug Task Force, and also confiscating a number of guns off the street related to that. Also, as it relates to the fair, I know that the Fair Board was very thankful of the great work done by our Sheriff's Department providing security. It was great seeing the deputies out there. I got to tell you, we were very blessed to have a strong group of very professional and people-oriented deputies that work in our Sheriff's Department. Saw them talking a lot with members in the community as they made their way through the fairgrounds. And I know that the Fair Board Director, Kim Myers, had reached out to the sheriff to say thank you, thought everything went really well, and they always play an important role providing security. And just want to commend the Fair Board for all their successful work. Again, it looks like maybe they have another record breaker for turnout at the fair. It's always great to see everybody out there. And I want to thank our staff. Many of our department people were out there Handing out the giveaways, we had plenty of those. Oh my word, we went through those like they were $100 bills. But it was good to see everybody coming out to the fair, supporting the fair. It's just nice to have life somewhat back to normal. But can't thank everyone enough for supporting the fair. Good comments, as Commissioner Moore pointed out, about this board's support for the new Expo Center, and really excited to see that come together and come to fruition very soon. That's going to be a game changer for not only the county fair, but for the whole county in general. And that completes my comments. Madam Clerk, we have a clerk's report.
We do. I have the 8th, but actually it's September 7th, which is next Wednesday. We will not be meeting. Okay, and then,
Not meeting on the
we're not meeting on the 8th, that's true, but we will meet the following week. I think it's the 13th without looking, but that's wrong too. September 13th, Tuesday, we're gonna have a stormwater meeting. So
Tuesday.
September 14th, we'll have a regular meeting.
Okay.
I think I got that right.
Keeping us on our toes here. Okay, very good. Board correspondence?
I'll move to waive the board correspondence.
I'll second that.
Discussion. Yeah, and in the correspondence, most people don't realize we get this and we never read it because it's pages and pages. But just to point out, it's interesting, the sheriff is in compliance with the ORC. They served over 27,358 meals at a cost of $1.49 for the month of July. So that's pretty good. You know, he's doing a good job keeping the cost down. So some people don't realize that there is a cost, you know, when you are housing people in a county facility. There you go. How's that?
Not running any country club over there, I know that.
Not at $1.49.
Um,
So, thank you.
Okay. Anything further? Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
All right.
This time I would move that we go into executive session for the reasons stated by the Assistant County Prosecutor.
Second.
Discussion.
Okay, can we put a time limit, do you think?
No, time limit.
Look at Dan's looking at
I'll
me.
just be brief.
Okay, good. I like the word brief. Thank you. So, that's the end of my
Commissioner
discussion.
Lundy,
Oh. Aye.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Commissioner Moore?
Okay,
Said-
Victor,
I
you
said
can shut
brief.
And the county commissioners have returned. At this time, I'll make the motion to approve the personnel summary sheet.
Second.
Discussion. Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye, with the exception on their commissioners' appointments, number 4, I'll be voting present.
Okay.
Any other business come before the board?